Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How does the FBI find people? And people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Welcome back. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. We are starting afternoon proceedings in the Maya trial. It's been spicy. Defense is putting on, I think they put on what I would say, and what Jules told me was their star witness, their smoking gun, was what we heard. The jury, she says, is responding to him. So I think by that, I think we have a pretty good indication that we're going to hear some questions from the jury to this witness. But before that, of course, Mr. Hunter gets to cross the witness. And we get to see just how much time he's willing to spend. Because this witness said everything the defense needed him to say. Now, does it concern you that he happens to also say things that disagree with other defense witnesses? It might. But basically, he laid it out and said that his position, and apparently the hospital's position, is that Maya never had CRPS. And this whole thing was the suspicion of Munchausen by proxy justifies the hospital's actions. So crazy that they're trying to. The statement that they're going to die on this hill. It seems to be a strange fight when the judge has told them over and over that Mr. Anderson will not cross Hunter. Oh, sorry. Did I say he was going to cross Hunter? I'd love for Mr. Anderson to cross Hunter. I don't know what I said. I mean, Mr. Anderson is going to cross. Hunter is on direct. This doctor, the witness that we've just had, I misspoke. I do it a lot. I reserve the right to make mistakes and to be wrong, and I will own up to them when I do. So that was one of them. First one ever, apparently. First mistake ever. Right, guys? Let's see. We're getting ready to start trial right now. All we have is the courtroom camera starting at the ceiling. We'll get that fixed here in just a minute as it gets ready to proceed. I'm looking on Zoom here. Nobody's even in the courtroom yet. They were supposed to be back at 1, so we've got about 12 minutes before we start. He can fire back hopeful on cross. Okay, now, honestly, I think, is it better to challenge this right now on cross directly with the witness, or to bring on a rebuttal witness during the rebuttal phase? It all adds up. It's the same time, right? But do you fight him directly and risk, they call it, wrestling with a pig, right? You both get dirty, but the pig enjoys it. Do you wrestle with this pig right here, or do you bring someone else in to say, yeah, I heard that witness and it was garbage, it was baloney, and here's why? Which one would be the right move? I'd lean towards very limited mod chat for new Discord link. Oh man. Okay, I'll check that. I've got Zoom going, so it's a little hard to switch things around. Let me see if I can get the Discord link fixed really quickly. Okay. All right. Before I do that, I need to appropriately welcome Mayla's mom. Right here, Mayla's mom was first in chat this afternoon, and I will say it was probably the closest photo finish I've ever seen, with about 20 of you coming in all simultaneously with a message, and it was
disappointed about the photos, yeah. But Buttercup and I still love you.
Bite Me has sent some pictures of Buttercup. Rebecca sent pictures of Buttercup. Buttercup is sort of like our de facto pet for the channel. We helped choose her name on this channel, and just a beautiful, beautiful dog. And also a very generous one who steals Rebecca's credit card frequently and makes donations. So she sent me some pictures. I will be showing those before Halloween because I think they're Halloween pictures. So we will show them. Where we're following Zoom right now, it's difficult for me to do that transition. And wow, that's hard to read. I apologize. Earlier we had a situation where the chat just went like this. Oh wait, that was the wrong one. I need USK4. There we go. Oh, it won't let me select it. That's weird. Let's see. So that one, it went like this. And now it's all crazy. Is it a Luma? Yeah, it's Luma. Okay, I'm going to try to figure out a background so that I can have a background behind this so you can actually read what's up here instead of having to not show up. Sometimes the color selection, it randomly chooses a color, and sometimes with the background, it just does not work. So we definitely need something behind it. And being the tech guy that I am, I'm going to try to figure that out for you. Gerda K., welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us as a new member. Welcome. Please take a seat. Help yourself to the emojis. Let's see. Where are we on questions? Some of you are saying, I think a rebuttal witness would be best. They have to do both, said Rodna RG. This witness needs to be crossed and another witness needs to contradict him as well. He's their star witness. Cross needs to be thorough. So you're saying this is worth burning some time out on. And if we look at the time, the plaintiff has used very little time today, very little at all. They had to start the day. Let's see. We had they had 8 hours exactly to start the day. The plaintiff did. Defense has only used 26 hours and 45 minutes, so they still have, let's see, 60. They've got over half their time left. Sorry, that was hard math. But yeah, plaintiff needs to be very, very deliberate in what time they use. I'm still going to try to fix this Discord link if you give me just a minute. I just can't do that and talk at the same time. So hold tight. Let me get this fixed. I wish the link would stay the same. Is that something too much to ask? It's not static. Okay, chatbot link. And because I'm watching Zoom, I actually have to type it in manually. Hold tight, guys. I'm going to get this fixed. It takes just a second. All right, there we go. I think that is it. If somebody wants to check that Discord link and make sure it's working properly now, I would appreciate it. Hopefully it doesn't send you to the wrong page. That would be really bad. All right, where we are on a couple things. First of all, on the objection count. Let's put that on now. We're up to 1,296. We're about to break into the 1,300 mark, and let's see where that puts us here. I don't know how this is backwards. This just doesn't make sense to me. I'm showing a gap between 1282 and 1335. How did nobody guess anything in the 1300s, in the low 1300s? That's a huge gap. Huge gap. So apparently Shannon's copper is winning. Maybe there's an error in my report. I'll have to check that. But that's where we are on the objection count. I think we're going to be over the low 1300s for sure. Discord link works. Wonderful. Glad we could get that fixed for you. Discord is a fantastic resource. If you're a true crime addict and like to dig into the weeds, if you're a document hound, if you want to research and maybe hear a lot deeper than what news reports are telling us, you want to tear through the paperwork yourself, the Discord as the gavel drops is a great place to do that. They've been a huge supporter.
Paw Prince RA.
Of my,
come hand out Halloween candy with me, Paw Prince.
I think that was Buttercup. Yeah, pretty sure. Buttercup, I've got a story for you in just a minute. Anyway, Discord, they've been very supportive. They've been with us pretty much since the get-go of the channel. It's been exciting to watch them grow and support us and us be able to support them in return. So thank you very much. Great people over there that run that, and some great information as well. As far as the Halloween candy, this triggers just a quick little story if we've got time while we're waiting for the court to resume. I went to the store last week because I thought I'm going to do a favor for my wife. She's tired. It's been a long week. We've got to go to the store. Usually we do it on Friday. And I'm like, I'm going to go to the store. I'm going to get just the stuff we need so she won't have to go to the store before, the weekend. And so I was so good. I mean, I didn't have a budget or a shopping list, but I only got the stuff, with the exception of spicy maple bourbon pickles, I only got stuff that she would have chosen herself. And so I got the bread and the milk, and I was getting all the good things, the yogurt that the kids like, and I got all these things, and I'm like husband of the year, okay? So I come home, I bring all this stuff home, and she's like, "Yay, we don't have to go to the store. That was awesome, big hug," and it was wonderful. Then she went to the store yesterday to get the rest of the stuff. She comes home with 25 pounds of candy. 25 pounds of candy for Halloween. We've got a mound of bags of everything. The candy bars, the suckers, the little packets of what are they? The Skittles and the Starburst and everything. We've just got candy coming out our ears. But the funny thing is, I know a lot of people in Halloween, the trick-or-treaters has sort of dropped off a lot from when we were kids or when we were younger. My neighborhood, that's not the case. It's not the case at all. We have people that drive from several towns away to trick-or-treat on our street because everyone on our street decorates their houses except for me. And it's not that I'm against decorations. I'm just, I don't know. I just struggle to decide to go out there and put decorations up. So our street is highly decorated. We have it looks like an inflatable sales carnival going across the street with moving dragons and cats that are looking around and things that are waving and skeletons. It's amazing. But so we have a lot of people come. We make up for no Halloween decorations by just giving away tons of candy and contributing single-handedly to the cavity epidemic in our nation. All right, that being said, that was neither here nor there. Little RA story, sorry about that. We are getting ready to go back to court. We're seeing people file in the courtroom just now. Defense is at the table. I don't see the plaintiff yet. Let's see, there's Miss Lawrence. Miss Lawrence just came and sat down, so we're getting there. I see Jules, maybe? It's hard to tell from this angle. It might be Jules there in the background. No, that's not her.
Bring the jury.
Karen, I might show our neighbor's house one time. It's like Griswold's, but for every holiday, not just Christmas. They go all out. I mean, there's an inflatable dragon with beaming red eyes and flapping wings on its roof, on the roof of the house, and this is only the early ones. They have other decorations that are a little more delicate that they set up right at the end, right before Halloween, and it's crazy. My house, it just looks like a haunted house. It's hey, does anybody live there? That's it. But my house was built 100 and some odd years ago, back in 1915. I love it, but it is a nightmare it's constant repairs, constantly. Ella Cole says, Jules is my favorite human, my new favorite human. Wonderful. Jules has been fantastic. Her observation skills are impeccable. So good. The funny thing is that 25 pounds of candy, I'm going to a trunk or treat, I think tomorrow night. It's an early one. A trunk or treat I've been invited to that's a town away, and I'm just bringing candy. And so I'm going to raid that 25 pounds of candy. We'll probably have to buy more before Halloween. 25 pounds is not enough. But yeah, that'll be fun. All right. Is the total objections a profanity count? No, it's not. The profanity words in chat automatically get filters. I built a filter to sort of sort those out. Not that we don't hear them in court, because sometimes we hear quite a bit of profanity and some pretty vulgar stuff as well. But oftentimes in chat, if there's a lot of expletives used, it tends to escalate things in the discussion, and it's a little harder for the mods to control. So we ask that you steer away from that. Otherwise, the message just doesn't show up. The mods don't have to delete it. It just doesn't show up. So we try to control it a little bit that way, and appreciate everyone and your respectful way you bring your comments and your viewpoints. That being said, I was listening to Peter Tragos this morning from his birthday stream, and he said something I really liked. He said, "I don't want to be have an echo chamber where you guys just tell me what you think I want to hear." So I would like to just stress that I do appreciate those that come in here and say, hey, this may be a minority opinion, or this may be, it's not the popular belief here, but I appreciate those that can come in and share that and say, this is why I feel the other way. This is why I'm leaning towards the hospital being, in favor of what they do, and I can see that there was a reasonable action there. I appreciate that, because that helps us not just challenge our beliefs, as the jury should at this moment. Even this time, everyone in the jury should be able to be open to change their opinion, because they have not heard all the evidence yet. They should not have an opinion formed that is so solidified that nothing can move them from this spot. So I appreciate that. Homeowners insurance hates older houses. Tina, have I got a story for you? They wanted me to insure my house for almost triple what we paid for it. And we did not pay a lot for our house. I'm not like, this is not like a luxury mansion. Of course, back in the day it was, but it's just big enough for my family, and insurance was a nightmare to get for this. Okay. Sis says, thank you, Ari. I think a lot of people don't chat because of different opinions. I realize different opinions can be difficult, but it's if we can do it respectfully, and I'd ask if there is someone who's sharing a respectful opinion that differs from yours, please don't attack them. Please try to listen to them and see it from their perspective, even if it doesn't change your mind. We don't need to argue. We don't have to convince anyone else of our opinion. This isn't a war to see how many people we can get on our side versus the other side. But we all want to learn together. Caroline Brady. This is just at Recovery Addict. He may give you a shout out. Caroline, I missed it. There's a lot of things in chat that I missed. I apologize for that. Do your kids carve pumpkins? We have 4 on the front step right now. So, we do some decorations. We just don't set up all the inflatables. And I refuse. I absolutely flat out refuse to set up Christmas lights, to set up Halloween lights, take them down, and then put up Christmas lights. I'm not going to do it. That's maybe I'll get a pair of lights that I can control the color of, and then keep them up the whole time. But I'm not taking them down in between. That's just too much work. I do the sound effects for the neighborhood. I do that. I bring my audio system out and run through an audio board that I can make my voice sound like a monster. And I wear a little wireless mic, and I scare people to death in my front yard. That's what I do. So it's not like I'm the Grinch when it comes to Halloween. But all right, another funny thing. I never found that until I moved here, that all our neighborhood, you don't go up and knock on the door for trick-or-treating. Everyone comes out and brings a little table and sits out by the curb, like out on their sidewalk, and just hands out. So you just have to just drive by with your bag open, and you just get candies. You just walk down the sidewalk pretty much. I'd never seen that before. Okay. I think, did I miss anything? I watch Boo. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't decorate. Let's see. Mizui, is it Mizui Fire? Says, Ari, what bothers me is if they think she had CPRS, how could they bill for that? Wouldn't that be insurance fraud? Well, that is a tough position, and Mr. Shapiro's admitted this. What was this, Friday? I think he said this. He said, we're in this situation where we have to defend what's in our paperwork. Okay, it's in our notes. I've got to defend it, and it's like, yeah, it sucks. I wish it wasn't there, but it's there, and I've got to try to defend it. Judge is just sitting down on Zoom right now, so it looks like we're about to begin any second now, and we're going to start. Chat is not on screen. I'll put it back on screen. There you go. I fixed. Sorry about that. I missed a lot of things because of that. Ayavemos, RX will YouTube. Yeah, excellence. Thank you for everything you do for us. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. 5 months of support.
Is everything good?
Everything's great, Josh.
Awesome.
Thanks for asking. telling that story here. No.
Make sure everything's on.
Mayla's mom, if you could
everything's
check the internet for the judge, please.
On again, so.
We just had that one clip that wasn't able to be played, for Your Honor, that we'll need for the next witness, and so if we could have that played and ruled on.
Sure, I just turned the system back on, so whenever you're able to play it, go for it.
Okay, so that's 3085-1. Make sure the volume's up, please.
That's a blood pressure cuff.
That's it, Judge.
I heard a little background static, so I'm assuming the sound was on and no one was saying anything?
Correct.
Any objection to that clip?
I'd object to that
No objection.
analysis.
What was the number again?
30851 -1.
Court receives 3085-1.
Thank you, Judge. We had a discussion with regard to the demonstrative aid, as I understand it, that plaintiffs wish to use, and we are not objecting to the use of it as a demonstrative aid.
This one, we can get one for the court, I hope. We have an extra one. Judge, do you want this?
I have digital, Ron.
He can bring it up.
Does it have the word Sally Smith on it?
No. No Sally Smith.
But it does have bunch houses. I'm kidding.
What?
Has IBP, but not Sally Smith. It's funny, they can joke.
Teaser, it says he's messing with us, guy.
Hope the jury's not red, green, colorblind.
085.
What's next?
I don't know, Judge. I don't think there's anything that can be handled in 2 minutes and that needs to be dealt with this witness.
From a timing standpoint, when is the defense anticipating they're going to be able to rest?
Judge, can we tell you that tomorrow, only because we're going to meet tonight and kind of go over everything and make sure what we've got lined up is, and what we do or do not need to absolutely do? If that's all right with the court, we'd be, let me put it this way, we'll be more accurate if we address that in the morning.
Okay. And
That works for me.
I guess my overall hope, request, thought, really we kind of need is all evidence, including any sort of rebuttal case, to be completed and all exhibits in by next Wednesday, November 1st.
We don't see that as being an issue, Judge.
And my thought again is if we're resting on next Wednesday, remember Thursday and Friday I will not be here. And then so my thought was we would do jury instructions and closing arguments on Monday, November 6th, and then start deliberations the morning of the 7th, Tuesday the 7th. You got a facial expression there, Mr. Hunter. I'm trying to read what that facial expression meant.
I mean, I looked at the calendar too. We need to talk about it, but tentatively, I don't see an issue with that. The reason I made a face was I was kind of thinking, start deliberations on the 6th after closing, but that's just.
We can talk about it. I mean, I think each side gets 2 hours for closing, and then the amount of time for court to read the jury instructions. And since I read very fast, I know I read very slow.
It's going to be a full day of instructions.
Okay. Can I bring the jury in, or are there any other issues?
Oh, Judge, just briefly, we have requested the plaintiff to provide us with their list of all the exhibits that they have put in, and sensing some resistance to that idea. We just want to have their list. We want to work on this Excel thing that the court has requested. And so it'd be helpful for us to have their list of what they have admitted.
Do we have the list of text messages? Because I need them.
We can provide it this evening.
Fantastic.
I need a good.
I'm getting a request from the clerk's office. They would really like to see a copy of it as well, even if it's just in draft. So
We will print the copy and bring it tomorrow morning.
I think they probably want two. Two.
Multiple.
Thank you. Anything else before I bring in the jury?
No, not on behalf of us, Judge, sorry.
No, you're.
Let's bring in the jury.
All right.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm just trying to fix our sound so we don't have any surprise pop noises. Okay, we're all good there. All right, we're ready to go. We have cross-examination happening first, and hopefully with the lunch break, TJ Bitts, I think you're right. Hopefully he's very focused on what he's going to ask.
Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a good lunch.
No.
No? Well, where did we go that we need to make sure that... No, don't tell us publicly where you went. Send us the note. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you had a good lunch. Okay. I mean, I know the county has not provided you lunch at all throughout this entire process, so...
Wow.
In any event,
I
I just want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And that you have not seen any media accounts of this case. Is that correct? Correct. And no one has approached you about this case. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. Doctor, you remember you're still under oath?
I do.
Plaintiffs?
Dr. Crane, how much have you been paid so far for your testimony?
I don't have a running total in my mind, I'm sorry.
Well, is it over $100,000?
No.
Is it over $50,000?
No.
How much do you get paid per hour for testifying in court?
$750.
An hour?
An hour.
It's on the high
Including
end.
prep time?
Including prep time.
Including travel time?
No.
What's that?
$300 an hour.
It's a lot of gas money.
Would it be safe to say that you're between $25,000 and $50,000 being paid now or in the future for your testimony?
Not to date. It's been less than that to date. I don't know how much it will be after this week.
Okay. And so how long did you spend total with counsel in the, say, month prior to your testimony?
2 hours last night, and there have been some phone calls over the last month.
Well,
maybe about 3 or 4 hours of phone calls.
Before your report was issued, though, you spent considerable amounts of time with counsel, did you not?
Before the report was issued? Which report? I don't know what you mean, Mr. Anderson.
You had done a report in this case back in 2021, I believe.
Oh, that. Yes.
You did, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by considerable amount of time.
Over 10 hours.
I provided you my billing records to date, and I don't remember the details of them, but you have them in front of you, I think.
Okay. Is gastroparesis a symptom of CRPS?
No.
Best of your knowledge? Okay. All right, so you had testified, first let's talk about Dr. Hanna. You had testified that you felt that Dr. Hanna's treatments did not work, right?
Correct.
And that was because, and one of the reasons for all the weaning was because the doses just kept going up and up and up. Is that right?
Yes. That's correct.
Okay. Oh, and incidentally, there's nothing wrong with being paid by the hour, is there?
No, of course not.
No. That's $750 an hour. Just checking on something. All right. So you said it had been going up and up and up, and that's as to the dosages. Now, is that the individual dosages?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, the per infusion dosage.
The total over 4 hours has gone up, and the hourly rate of infusion has gone up.
Okay. So how many infusions, what was the infusion rate in June?
Can I look at my notes? I can tell you if I look at my notes.
Yeah.
Okay, they're in my briefcase. May I get them?
Sure.
Yeah, we can put the note, right? Great, we can put the progress note from Hannah instead.
Sure. We've got the progress note if that helps you.
There's going to be a monitor here, sir.
Okay.
We're going to put it on the monitor.
Okay, if I can look at my, I have some notes with the details. There's a lot of details, and I don't want to be incorrect in answering the question.
These notes are going to be wasting time. It really is.
If you have notes, I'd like to mark those, Your Honor, right now for as an exhibit, or actually for identification right now.
Do you want them? Or should I just
I haven't
read
seen
off
them unless you got a spare copy, but you
I do
can
not.
use them right now.
I do not.
Sure. All right. So we've got Dr. Hanna's progress reports here, and I believe it shows over 4 hours, 1,000 milligrams.
Which date are we talking about, please?
Well, in this instance, it would be for the month of June.
I have the dates on specific, the amounts on specific dates. I don't know what the monthly total would be.
Okay. Well, is it true that on every single day between between March and August of 2016, the same dose was used, 1,000 milligrams?
Yes, and then it's September 30th, the dose began to rise.
All right, well, we'll get to that in a moment. The most it ever went to was 1,250 by your records, correct?
1,290, I think.
And so, up until October, it stayed at 1,000 milligrams.
That's right.
All right, so then it did not go up through the course of the summer, did it? Unless, of course, the number overall of infusions went up, right?
It went, on September 30th, it went up to 1,200 milligrams, but you're correct that it was 1,000 through that part of the year.
All right. So if the jury got that impression that it was actually going up from your testimony over that entire period of time, that would not be true.
I apologize for that. I misremembered that.
Okay. And so the number of infusions was your testimony that they kept going up and up and up, isn't it?
No, I don't think I said the number was going up.
Well, how many infusions were there in March 2016?
I'd have to look at his records to count them. I don't remember that in that detail.
All right, I'll just list them up. You tell me if you have any notes for any one of them, and then we'll see what we can do. March, do you know how many?
I think I just said I don't know how many.
All right. April, May?
Well, I didn't. If we can look at Hannah's records,
June?
we can answer that. But I didn't record the dates of every single.
Might be able to help you. Can we put up the summary? Doctor, I'll represent to you that this is a summary agreed to by the parties. And if we can go to 2016, please.
Its use was agreed to by the parties. The summary is agreed to by the parties.
The numbers, I believe, are agreed to. The summary itself developed. But these are the numbers agreed to. All right. So if you look at the infusions then in March of 2016, there were, how many? 17? I've counted up. Does that look right to you?
Are the greens? Oh, I see. Greens are
Yes,
infusions.
sir. Mm-hmm.
I'll take your word for it without counting.
All right. In April, there were 5.
Mm-hmm.
May, 3. June, 5. Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
July, 4.
Mm-hmm.
August, 3.
Mm-hmm.
September.
September.
Counsel.
I know it's a small thing, but can you say yes or no as a
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Yes to all those previous questions then.
And September 4, is that right?
That's right.
All right. So through this period of time, in fact, the number was not increasing. The highest one was March. Correct?
Correct. The number in March, yes.
All right. So if we take the number of infusions and the fact that they weren't increasing and the amount of the infusions, and note they weren't increasing at least until October for 3 times, you would agree with me that you were wrong in saying that Dr. Hanna's infusions were going up through the course of spring and summer.
I was incorrect, yes. I misremembered the infusions going up in dose. They were stable at 1,000 until September 29th.
Okay. Well, you've known about this case for at least 3.5 years, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever actually spoken to Maya Kowalski?
Of course not, no.
And have you ever examined her?
No, I haven't.
So you don't know whether she has testified under oath here that these treatments were the only thing that helped her.
Objection to asking one witness to comment on the testimony of another.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Are you aware or are you not aware that Maya Kowalski has testified that the only thing that helped her pain were these infusions?
If she's testified to that, I'm sure that she did, but am I aware of it? No, I wasn't aware of that.
And doctor, isn't the ultimate goal here to help the patient?
The ultimate goal is to improve function and diminish pain.
Which is helping the patient,
That's
right?
Yes, I wanted to be more specific than just using the word helping.
And the main thing that Maya Kowalski complained about was pain, was it not?
And loss of function.
All right. And so through the course of the spring and summer, as the dosages from Dr. Hanna were going on, did anybody ever show you any of the videos of how Maya Kowalski's function improved?
I only saw one video of her, and I don't remember the date, and that was of her dancing on her bed, but I don't recall when that figured into the chronology.
Did you see any of Maya and her brother in the pool?
No.
Did you see any of Maya on a walker on its side, using that as sort of a exercise bar?
No.
So, if I'm understanding your testimony then, the thing that people did wrong here was that they did not follow your clinic's program.
No.
Is that right?
Absolutely not.
Okay, but you felt that physical therapy, occupational therapy, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, these are the cornerstones, right?
Well, I didn't say CBT. That's just one form of cognitive, that's just one form of psychotherapy. And it's more complicated than just to use one form. But I said that those were the cornerstones, the foundation of treatment of CRPS, and that's something which is nationally, if not internationally, recognized.
Did you go through the records of Tampa General Hospital and see what she received over the course of 1 month inpatient during the summer of 2015?
Yes, I did.
And did she have physical therapy?
Yes, she did.
Did she have psychological therapy?
She had some, yes.
Did she have occupational therapy?
Yes, she did.
And she had that for a month, right?
Correct, that's right.
And at the end, the physical therapist said she wasn't improving, right?
The PMNR doctor, the rehabilitation doctor, felt that she was ready for discharge and to continue the same therapy as an outpatient. In other words, she no longer required inpatient hospital admission. And these things are generally done as outpatients.
Got it. Did you or did you not tell the jury on direct examination that under your approach, especially for a 10-year-old girl, when their mind is developing, that your program here could work in a matter of weeks?
I said in a matter of weeks, but not 4 weeks, and 4 weeks is never enough.
So now it's more than 4 weeks that you need.
I said weeks, and generally our program lasts for 6 to 12, sometimes more, but I would say 10 weeks is about the average for CRPS.
For the people that were there actually seeing Maya Kowalski as she left Tampa General Hospital, she had not improved after 4 weeks of the therapy that you advised would work. True?
And let me just check my notes out, please.
Mr. Anderson's on speed mode, and he's doing a good
Well,
job.
I'll answer your question in the following way. She wasn't performing significantly better in physical therapy, but she was doing things when she wasn't aware of being observed or when her mother wasn't in her presence that indicated that, in fact, there were physical improvements in her behavior and in her appearance.
You got that from Bonnie Rice, correct?
No, I did not. I'm pulling that from the Tampa General Hospital records.
Was Maya out of the wheelchair coming out of Tampa General Hospital?
No, she was not.
Was Maya Kowalski still complaining of severe pain?
Yes, she was, I'm sure.
Doesn't CRPS, one of the problems with diagnosing and treating this disease is the variability of some of the symptoms?
I wouldn't consider that a problem. It's certainly a fact of the disease that different children have different magnitudes of symptoms.
At different times, correct?
It's not a smooth course to recovery. It's more of a sawtooth course to recovery. But
right.
Yes, the general trend is in one direction.
Good days and bad days.
I wouldn't quite put it that way, but I think I wouldn't quibble with you if that's how you want to describe it.
And are you aware that Maya Kowalski had a relapse in September of 2016?
We are, predicating this whole discussion, Mr. Anderson, on the assumption that this is CRPS, which was not the belief of the Tampa General Hospital staff or the Murray Children's Hospital staff. And so it wouldn't necessarily be expected that her course is going to follow the typical course of CRPS, and she didn't have CRPS.
Doctor, I just asked you whether or not she had a relapse in September of 2016.
I think you said a relapse in CRPS, and that's why
Yes.
I'm saying, well, I don't think she had CRPS, so she couldn't have had a relapse of CRPS. But yes, she had a decrement, a decrease in her behavior, function. Yes.
And are you aware that through the entire course of the spring and summer of 2016, she was on that sawtooth path of getting better?
She would respond to ketamine, and then after, typically, her ketamine seemed to be at intervals of approximately once a month, and so she would feel better after the ketamine, and then she would begin to feel worse, and she would ask for another ketamine treatment. Then she would feel better again. So yes, it was an undulating course. She felt better after many of the ketamine infusions. That effect wore off, and then she went back for more.
Well, this is a disease that you don't cure, you manage, correct?
What disease are we talking about?
Complex regional pain syndrome.
Again, I don't think she had complex regional pain syndrome, so if you want me to answer hypothetically about CRPS.
Hypothetically then, CRPS, you manage that, you don't cure it.
No, I would not put it in those terms.
Well, you think you can give somebody a shot and it'll go away?
No, of course not.
Or a pill?
Of course not.
So you think that just by continuous physical therapy, the rest of their lives, that's going to do it?
I haven't said that either.
Okay. So I understand that you say that you do not agree she has CRPS, but you've been through the records, have you not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you have seen then that, for instance, Dr. Chopra noticed or documented. Okay. First, I want to know now, you are refuting the diagnosis of CRPS by at least 5 physicians. Are you not?
I'm telling you that in my reading of the chart, and in agreement with many physicians who saw her in children's hospitals, that I didn't see any evidence to support the diagnosis of CRPS.
Well, none of them after Dr. Kirkpatrick disagreed with the diagnosis. True?
after Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Once Dr. Kirkpatrick...
Children's Hospital did not agree with the diagnosis.
Well, are you aware that they billed for it the entire time?
It's a different matter. Once something gets in the medical record, it often stays there, and the billing people simply look at diagnoses that are written early on and carry through with them.
And all of the doctors and nurses and social workers through the entire 3-month stay, they just let it follow through, the diagnosis.
I don't know what documented here on let it follow through.
All right, and so, for instance, Dr. Barr, a neurologist, diagnosed it independently as CRPS. True?
No, not true.
Dr. Spiegel diagnosed it. Are you disagreeing with whether he's a neurologist or not?
No, I'm telling you that he didn't diagnose CRPS.
Are you saying that Dr. Elliott did not say he refuted the diagnosis?
No, Dr. Elliott said it was not CRPS.
I could have sworn he said he did believe it was CRPS yesterday.
I wasn't here yesterday. I didn't hear what he said.
All right.
But
Dr.
in his deposition, he said it was not, and in his notes, he said...
Did Dr. Spiegel testify it was CRPS?
Remind me who Dr. Spiegel is, please.
Did Dr. Hanna testify it was CRPS?
Yes, Dr. Hanna. I didn't hear his testimony in court, but his
Kirkpatrick.
Dr. Kirkpatrick called it CRPS.
Dr. Cantu.
Dr. Cantu.
And so you agree with the Budapest criteria, I gather?
Yes.
All right. And so in going through, you had to notice that, or see, I'm sure counsel provided you with photos showing dystonia of Maya?
Well, I think what we know in hindsight is that it wasn't dystonia. It would come and go at will. And there were lots of times when the dystonia was not there. And within the same day that it was there, or it seemed to be there. So it was something which was... It wasn't dystonia. It was could have been conversion disorder. It could have been confabulation. But dystonia is something which is there all the time and then gradually gets better. If it does get better and then goes away, it doesn't come and go. The stiffness in the ankles doesn't come and go in the same day. And there were many descriptions at Tampa General, at Lurie Children's Hospital, and at All Children's Hospital of her feet being in a normal posture under the covers or during the day, and then not in a normal posture when she saw that she was not being observed.
Move to strike the doctor's testimony, the portion regarding psychological diagnosis.
Overall, let it stand.
So now, is Maya's dystonia voluntary or involuntary?
Can't say.
You would agree it's involuntary. In other words,
I can't say it was voluntary or involuntary. I don't have enough knowledge of her psychological state to make that observation.
When somebody is under general anesthesia, they lose the ability to control their arms and legs, do they not?
That's true.
Can we bring up 2529-61? Do you recognize that as dystonia?
No, I don't. It's not dystonia. If you look at any patient under general anesthesia, any patient, their feet do that when they're under anesthesia, which is why under anesthesia and in an intensive care unit when children are unconscious, we're very careful to prop their feet up so they don't develop constrictures. So that would be the typical look of 2 feet under general anesthesia, sir.
All right. So the fact that they're pointing inward, you think has no significance?
That's right.
All right. Do you have any photographs of Maya Kowalski otherwise under general anesthesia where you can see that better?
None that I can think of.
Do you have any photographs around this time that demonstrate Maya Kowalski's feet staying perfectly straight?
During what time?
Leading up in the fall of 2015.
The fall of 2015? Hang on one second. There were well, I mentioned the photograph from July the 30th, 2015, when she was being carried in the man's arms, and her feet did not look dystonic or like the photograph that you just showed me? That would be the only photograph that I remember seeing around that time.
I just want to get this straight then, Doctor. Are you saying that a physician who diagnosed Maya with CRPS was deviating from the accepted standard of care?
No, not at all. I'm saying that he was wrong. I'm not saying it's not a violation of the standard of care to be incorrect.
All right. So you also, well, let me ask you, between December of 2015 and September of 2016, do you have any photos indicating no dystonia?
Sorry, the dates again?
December of 2015 through September of 2016. That is leading up to, or even up to the day of going into Johns Hopkins.
There were 3 photos dated 8/16, 8/28, 8/31, 2016, in which her feet, at least in one of those photos, I can't remember which one, her feet were flat. The ankles were 90 degrees.
Okay. So now, is it your opinion then that after the OT, the PT, and the psychotherapy at Tampa General Hospital, then that she should have been cured, or whatever you're calling it, better?
No, 4 weeks in a hospital of that sort would not be sufficient not a sufficient amount of time. It wasn't the right, I mean, she was seeing a psychologist, but the problem was not yet identified, and the therapy the psychologist was using, if any, was not being directed specifically to what the problem was. So no, that was why Tampa General recommended that she transition to the outpatient pain setting, where the therapy could be more directed for what her problem was.
All right, and then the 13 weeks at Johns Hopkins then, were they doing things correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Well, under your program, I think you said that the type of psychotherapy they should receive is virtually daily, correct?
No, it's our program provides it weekly or biweekly, twice a week, for patients who are doing okay, but if they're refractory and still struggling after several weeks of once or twice a week physical therapy, once or twice a week psychotherapy, we bring them into our program where they can have that daily.
Did you or did you not tell this jury just before lunch that under your program there was intensive psychotherapy virtually every day?
Oh, that was in our rehabilitation program, yes, that's exactly right.
Do you know how many hours of psychotherapy, psychological therapy, that Maya Kowalski received during her 3 months at Johns Hopkins?
I don't know. I did not add it up or look at the billing records.
Well, for it to have worked, for them to have done what they needed to do, about how many hours do you think?
Well, it depends on the diagnosis, doesn't it? So it's not CRPS, and it depends exactly on what's going on. And with psychological problems, of course, you can't give a pat answer. If somebody comes in with depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, you can't say, well, I'll make you better in 10 weeks and then you'll be done. It doesn't work that way.
Doctor, you're saying then that you can diagnose whether a patient has CRPS or not without ever seeing or talking to the patient. Is that right?
Well, I can read now upwards of 10,000 pages of medical records from 3 different institutions.
That's $750
and draw a
an hour.
conclusion based on that and some photographs that she doesn't have CRPS. I can't, I can also, diagnose CRPS talking to someone on the telephone and having them do I can be highly suspicious of it. I can't document CRPS without examining the patient, of course.
Well, in fact, you've testified you've stated previously that you can diagnose CRPS by telling somebody over the phone to just blow like they're blowing out a candle on the child's arm.
Well, I think diagnose was, I know I used that example in a video. It's probably an exaggeration, but there's very few things that will cause that kind of pain for a child. And Again, that's in the background of the mother telling me it's one leg, getting a careful medical history, ruling out other things that can cause that, and then in that context, with that picture painted, if the pain is so intense that the breath of a parent or wind going over it or a sock being dragged over the skin causes that kind of intense pain, yes, I'm very, very suspicious of CRPS. Then I would see the patient.
Well, one of the main reasons you thought that this may not be CRPS or was not CRPS was you thought it began in both legs, right?
It began in both legs and then rapidly became profound weakness affecting both arms, both legs, the trunk, and what was called whole body CRPS, which is, first of all, an entity that, if it does exist, and it probably doesn't exist in children. If it does exist, it doesn't happen within the first few weeks of the problem occurring. There are so many factors, Mr. Anderson, that just don't add up to CRPS.
This child's CRPS began in her right ankle following a gymnastics event. You're aware of that?
Object foundation, Your Honor. Overruled.
Her CRPS didn't develop in her right ankle, Mr. Anderson, because I don't think she had CRPS. And at that time, she was not seen by anybody for the diagnosis of CRPS in her right ankle, so she wasn't diagnosed with CRPS in her right ankle.
So nobody diagnosed her with CRPS until she went to an expert on CRPS, Dr.
Until she went to
Kirkpatrick.
Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Right? All right. So let's just assume the jury believes that her legs turned in 5, 6, 7, 8 photographs was dystonia, and assume further that the jury has been shown lesions that look like CRPS lesions. And let's also, did it come to your attention that there are photographs of discoloration of her skin?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound. Overruled.
I haven't seen any photographs showing discoloration of her skin.
You never saw any photographs of Maya being held down and her clothes taken off to check for CRPS lesions and her knees and palms showing discoloration?
Objection, argumentative fact.
Did you see those?
Overruled.
I have not seen photographs of that sort.
Would that affect your opinion if there were photographs of color changes?
It would depend on the color changes, the location.
Well, would it change your opinion if there were objective measurements of one leg to another and so much as 2 inches difference because of swelling?
2 inches difference in her legs?
You're right, 1.5 inches difference.
I don't think that's possible.
Okay? But let's just say that there was testimony from a board-certified physician that said that. Would that affect your opinion?
Just hypothetically.
I would question that. 1.5 inches is 5 centimeters is beyond comprehension.
Okay.
And I would have to know what part of the body we're talking about as well.
So,
what part of the leg? Are we talking the thigh or the foreleg?
I think it was the thigh, but the jury will know. So, if you've got a child that presents to you with extraordinary pain and with variable but still extreme pain upon even brushing her skin, with skin discoloration, with signs of allodynia, with swelling, and the pain begins in one ankle and spreads up from that one extremity and then to the other extremity, wouldn't you agree that CRPS is an appropriate diagnosis?
No, not quite. I would agree it's an appropriate possible diagnosis. There are other possible diagnoses that would need to be considered, and which is why the criteria state that if there's no other reason for these changes, then yes, you can diagnose CRPS.
Doesn't the Budapest criteria say that if you've got 5 of those, then you have a diagnosis of CRPS, assuming you don't rule out other things?
5, yes. If there's nothing else to be ruled out.
All right. And finally, as to the amount of ketamine, you're not a really big fan of using ketamine, are you?
No, that's not true.
Well, have you previously told audiences that cannabis, pot, would be better for children than ketamine?
No.
You did not say that during a 2018 meeting?
I think you're taking my comments out of context, completely out of context.
Can you all come up, please?
Judge is like, children, gather round. Gather round. The bloodbath is getting bad. This cross by Anderson, he's going as fast as he can. He's spending precious time on this, but he knows he has to attack this. We're probably also going to hear, my guess is we're going to hear some competing testimony during the rebuttal stage of the trial as well. Alex Martin says, time well spent. Doctor seems plain stubborn now. Kim R with a huge super chat says, blessing the mods. This channel's the best with the best mods. Love you all. Kim R, thank you so much for continued support. Love having you here. Thank you for your generosity. The objection here to this specific question was basically they dug through his history, and it sounds like they found back in 2018 something where he said that cannabis would be better for children than this, and clearly, yeah, it probably is taken out of context a little bit, but you say it and it gets recorded, and then the things like this happen. It gets played, presented in court. It's probably going to be ruled that's a little bit outside the scope. This wasn't in his testimony, anything else. Mr. Anderson's probably going to have to move on. But interesting. This doctor is so adamant that Maya does not. Like, it's impossible that she has CRPS, even though when he went through the Budapest criteria for diagnosis, he said he listed the 4 criteria, those 4 top criteria, and then he says plus there's a 5th thing, which means that it can't be ruled out by some other explanation, and then he himself was not able to give another explanation for what she was experiencing, and so I think he sort of was showing signs of weakness even on direct testimony, and Mr. Anderson is probing those on the cross quite effectively. Mary Murphy says, he probably already answered the question, but it was not clear to me in the rebuttal. Does our time start over, or the time remaining includes rebuttal? I think it includes rebuttal time, Mary. I think it includes rebuttal, but I don't think, and maybe this might be like a Peter Tragos time, because courts are different, and the rules of this court are established by the judge. And so within certain parameters, they can change things. But it's possible that the cross-examination, it's possible that the rebuttal is excluded and the closing arguments are excluded from that 59-hour time limit. Yeah. If you assume it was CRPS, then it wasn't CRPS. Okay, the judge looks like on Zoom, everyone's going back to their seats. So, looks like it's going to continue. Trying to look at the faces of the defense lawyers. They've looked like they've all been very busy with paperwork. They've all got things to do, and it looks like they're not paying attention.
You may continue, Chairman.
And have you seen any photographs of Maya Kowalski's reaction to light touch?
No.
Have you seen any video of it?
No, I haven't.
2666. This is from October 4th, 2015.
That doesn't feel good when I touch your legs, right? Or your tongue, when I touch your tummy, that feels good, right?
Yeah. Are those tremors?
No, I don't think so.
Is that aldynia?
It looks like it could be aldynia. It's pretty strange, actually. It's strange in my eyes. It's kind of strange behavior, and oftentimes lack of withdrawal, and tremulousness, not tremors, but tremulousness. in response to it. Yeah, it could be allodynia, but it could be other things as well.
And that was dystonia too, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
Your witness.
No, it wasn't. Your witness. Okay. I will talk to this guy after.
Just ask you a few questions, Dr. Crane. Appreciate your patience. Counsel showed you a calendar chart of various infusions by Dr. Hanna.
Yes.
That chart does not show the dosages.
Yes.
And the chart does also does not show, the various other medications that were being given at the time, correct?
Correct.
Do those make a difference?
The dosages, for sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What about the other medications that were being used by Dr. Hanna?
It would be good to have that background information.
Such as Versed?
Yes.
We see that there were some diminution in the frequency of infusions in April and May, but then it began to pick back up in June and July, and then once again in September and October.
Yes.
Is that consistent with a lasting or sustained benefit from ketamine?
Our experience and the literature shows that in the case of CRPS and other...
Just
Mr.
talk
Hunter,
about your experience.
Mr. Hunter is asking the
All right,
questions.
in my experience, low-dose ketamine infusions in patients with CRPS lasts, let's say 3 to 6 months. 3 months on the short end.
And is there a difference between single-day infusions and multi-day infusions in your experience?
We typically just do multi-day infusions.
Okay. And are these, is the need for the apparent need for these infusions consistent with any degree of recognizable success of the therapy?
Well, first, the magnitude, the size of these infusions is enormous. 1,000 milligrams, 1,300 milligrams in 4 hours. It's really unbelievable. And you say they're not successful because the duration of effect is so short. And one would expect her to feel better for a few days, for sure, because she's still got ketamine in her system. And that causes a euphoric state, which is why it's an abused drug on the street.
Counsel asked you, well, let me back up just a moment. Is dystonia something that can wax and wane?
No, it can't.
Does it become fixed?
We would hope it doesn't become fixed. It's a neuromuscular phenomenon, so the muscles are contracting, causing the joint to take that configuration. It can be any joint in the body. If it's not dealt with, then the tendons constrict, the muscles constrict, and become permanently fibrotic, and then it becomes permanent. Then the only fix is surgical. But dealt with, it's not permanent. But it doesn't come and go. True dystonia does not come and go.
Okay. Is the use of intrathecal pain pumps an accepted therapy for CRPS?
No, not at all.
Beyond scope.
Never.
Objection beyond scope.
Overruled.
Never. It's never acceptable therapy.
Okay. Why is that?
It's way too invasive and way too dangerous. The risks are too high.
Counsel asked you whether it was a violation of the standard of care to be incorrect. I believe your answer was no.
That was weren't his exact words, but basically right.
Okay. Is it a violation of the standard of care to offer the wrong treatment?
If it's done in good faith, it depends on the treatment. It depends on the treatment. If you thought somebody had pneumonia and you were wrong and you gave them an antibiotic in the correct dose and the correct time, no, that would not be a violation of the standard of care. That would be being wrong. If you thought or called the patient as having CRPS and gave them 1,000 milligrams of ketamine or 1,300 milligrams of ketamine in 4 hours, yeah, that would be that is the delivery of the ketamine is a violation of the standard of care, not being wrong about the diagnosis.
Thank you.
And anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No. Wait.
Says, I think I'll waive. Here come the questions.
We're going to see how many questions are coming.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not used to that.
I'm sorry?
I'm not used to that.
Okay. So this is when they may turn off the audio. I'm going to try to verbatim repeat what we're hearing on the Zoom, which I can't let you guys hear directly, but I'll try to repeat word for word. Just depends on how many questions we get.
Well, there's more coming.
There are more. Lots of questions. The jury was all over this witness, according to Jules, so you can expect a lot here. For us to be able to hear this, the witness will have to be excused. The jury will have to be excused. Judge says, are there any more coming? Oh, you could probably hear this. They're getting excused. He's got like a ream of paper here. This is going to take an hour just to get through the jury questions. The judge has a little grin on his face.
Okay, members of the jury, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise. There was exited.
The doctor's being excused right now as well. The judge says to the witness, due to the number of questions, you'll hear this. This is funny.
The jury is out of our presence, doctor. I need to go over these questions that we're going to ultimately ask you outside of your presence, so I need you to step outside, please.
Okay, so I'm going to... Mr. Crane is out of our presence, and I will say these are the most pieces of paper we've received to date for the doctor, or anybody. Red number 1. How is Maya doing after her discharge from Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital? But the coach says, judge says, you okay, Mr. Hunter? He says, yeah. He's resting on the bench. He's like leaning on it. Red number 2. First question. What are withdrawal symptoms of someone that is physically dependent on ketamine? Number 2, is it possible that the symptoms, end quote, Maya would present as for CRPS, end quote, would be withdrawal symptoms? It looks like everything else. Actually, there may be a Y down there, says the judge, but no objection for Mr. Hunter, none for Mr. Anderson. Red number 3. What is the half-life of ketamine? No objection for Mr. Hunter. None for Mr. Anderson either. Red number 4. We have heard testimony that not all physicians that assess Maya, they did not always assess temperature changes or note color changes or assess her skin or any other things on the Budapest criteria. Can you make a certain determination that it is not CRPS since you did not assess Maya during this time yourself? The judge says, so we're maintaining the no objections? Yeah. Red number 5. Doctor, you stated that many times that Maya does not have CRPS, but also stated you never examined her. How can you come to this conclusion? Thank you, Betsy Leak. No objections from Mr. Anderson. No objections from Mr. Hunter. Red number 6, says the judge. Multiple questions on this one. Is there any medical oversight on the dosing of ketamine? Is it common for the diagnosis of CRPS to be questioned by physicians? Does the diagnosis of CRPS automatically raise questions of psychiatric issues? Shapiro says we're getting to the scope of. Mr. Anderson says, yeah, on. Mr. Anderson says, I'm a little worried about the third one. I think that's going to lead us where we don't want to go. So we're going to object to that one. Sorry. What says the defense? We're okay with it, Judge. It's within his scale of expertise. Mr. Hunter's good with this. Mr. Anderson is not. The judge says, it seems to me, Mr. Anderson, that this question appears to come from your cross-examination, so I think I'm going to overrule it. Mr. Anderson says, with which part? And the judge says, the psychiatric issues. Mr. Anderson, did I ask a psychiatric issue question? Judge says, yeah. Which one? Because I don't recall specifically staying away from that. The judge says, I'm going to overrule the plaintiff's objection and ask that one. Red number 7 has a number of questions. Do you require IQ tests to treat CRPS or for entry into your pain clinic? What will IQ play in pain treatment, assessing meds or source? Number 3, if in a breakthrough case, in quotes, it was whole body CRPS, with someone experienced pain from a charm bracelet, anklet, pulling hair back plight, or application of mascara or makeup? Or has any pediatric CRPS case reoccurred in your center? At what age? What was the length between occurrences of symptoms? Next question. Was it ever, or when has 25 milligrams per kilogram per hour been within the reasonable standard of care or used in practical application? Judge says, I wonder if there's a period that's missing or part of that. In any event, I'll put a red line under it so you all can look at it. Number 6, in CRPS, final requirement to rule out other diagnosis versus psychiatric requirement to find the same before diagnoses. Are these directives in conflict here? Please explain how this relationship could prolong evaluation process. Number 7, testimony as described Maya's J. Hatch visit as a, quote, interruption, end quote, in treatment. What was the presumed conclusion of the dosage for ketamine? Number 8 was crossed out. Number 9. Do doctors dictate billing practices or accounting departments in hospitals? There you go, says the judge. 9 questions from one juror. Yes, Marissa. That's quite a bit. The lawyers are mulling this one over. No objection, Judge, says Mr. Hunter. Oh, sorry. Mr. Shapiro immediately jumped in to correct him. Mr. Shapiro playing shoulder angel to Mr. Hunter. Come up with a rate of questions per hour, says Mr. Hunter. He says, I wonder if we can come up with a rate of questions per hour. The judge says, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Judge is busy working still. Mr. Anderson says, on number 5, I'm objecting to the 5. I don't understand it. And if I'm understanding it, it doesn't make any sense based on any other testimony. Number 6. Mr. Anderson's reading. He says, I'm fine with 6. No problem with 7. Shapiro says they directly testified to 5 when asked by Mr. Hunter. Judge says, do we need 2.5 as opposed to 5? They're fighting over the milligrams per hour. Everybody's talking. Judge says, well, I will read number 5. I'll overrule the plaintiff's objection, and I'll read it as 25, but I also think he testified earlier there was a 2.5 milligram per kilogram in one of his answers as well. Shapiro says there was a 2.5 as one of his base low doses. Yeah. Judge says, and just for those keeping track, we have 20 pages of questions, and there are just 12 jurors. Oh, my goodness. Is that some sort of a record, says Mr. Hunter? Judge says, well, right now, this is the record. Judge says, well, and it looks like, obviously, one juror asked a whole bunch of questions, but it looks like, based on the handwriting, I think we got questions from every single juror. Red number 8, says the judge. Do you think that Maya's mother was trying to find anything she could do to help her daughter without much help from lack of information on how to treat CRPS or what she has? And I think there's another question. If Maya does not have CRPS, what does she have? So she can get some help. Looks like Jules might have stepped out of the courtroom, but Shapiro says we object to number 1. And Shapiro says, and based on the court's concerns about the Munchausen's. Judge says, I think Mr. Whitner's pointing out the exact same thing Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Hunter is pointing out. Hunter says, he was also pointing out, Mr. Hunter says, I'm sorry, because he's going to have to get into it potentially scientific conditions, and that's out of his scope. Anderson says, I don't see this as much of a problem with number 1 there. It's good for the goose, good for the gander. Judge says, in or out? Objection or no objection? No objection to number 2, says Anderson. I guess I'll agree with number 1 as well. So judge says, you agree there's an objection to number 1? Anderson says, you're objecting to number 1, are you not? Correct. So judge says, are you correcting as well? Are you objecting as well? Correct. Judge says, well, I agree with in respect to number 1. Number 2, I think this is similar to a couple of the other questions, so I don't need to think I need to ask this question because I think it's going to be answered in another one. So this one's going to be cumulative. So I'll put that one over there, says the judge. Red number 9. And there's at least 4 questions on this one. Again, the CRPS pain starting in a limb, can it radiate to other areas as well? Are most medical treatments for CRPS temporary, although effective for at least some relief? Next, you stated CRPS doesn't usually recover, or reoccur, I should say. Let me read it again. You stated CRPS does not usually reoccur when adolescent girls present with it and are treated. Isn't CRPS a lifelong condition, although fluctuating in severity over time? Next question. With the severity of pain that Maya exhibited initially, as well as off and on over the next year and a half, and if the assumption or diagnosis of CRPS was inaccurate, why then would the conclusion of Munchausen by proxy be assumed based on Beata's determination to find answers for Maya's pain? Whoa. Hunter says, we'll object to the last one. Anderson, yes. I guess it's number 4. Guys, I'm listening to the Zoom feed. I'm allowed to tell you what I hear, but I can't play the audio for you, or I can't show you the video. So that's where I'm getting this audio. I'm just repeating what I hear. There are 20 pages of questions. The jurors are looking, or sorry, the counsel's looking over the 4 questions to see if they have any more objections. Hunter says we have no objection to the first 3. Judge says sounds like both are objecting to 4 and agree to numbers 1, 2, 3. So court will sustain as to number 4, but okay as to the others. Red number 10, halfway there. Isn't it true as utilization review for billing a patient as to meet criteria for a diagnosis for admission to a hospital, be admitted for that diagnosis? Oh, that was a weird one. If not, there has to be a peer-to-peer review with a physician who for the admitting diagnosis. Correll says, now they're asking questions about billing. They're trying to turn him into a billing expert. Did I call her Correll's? I meant to call her Correll's if I didn't. Anderson said, that's pretty sophisticated knowledge, but I have no objection. Hunter says, I object to both of them, Judge. I don't understand. Frankly, I don't understand either one of them. But the injection of immunization review and peer review just, I think, invades the. Anderson says they heard that from our experts from corporate. Judge says, so Mr. Anderson, you objecting or not objecting? Anderson says, I'm not objecting. Hunter says, frankly, I don't understand either one. Judge says, well, I'm going to abstain as to red number 10. I agree, it's outside of what his testimony is, and it looks like I made a mistake. I counted, after 17, I went to 20, so it's only 17 to 18. So only 18 pages. It's so much better, says Hunter. Red number 11. You testified Maya was in athletics. Can you tell us what she was involved in? You agree with all Children's Hospital's treatment of ketamine, 5 milligrams per kilogram per hour in anesthesia dose. Per your testimony, receiving a sedative, Presidex. Well, y'all, judges, let me just read it again. You agree with all Children's Hospital's treatment of ketamine, 5 milligrams per kilogram per hour, and anesthesia dose per your testimony. Predidex, a sedative, and Haldol 1 milligram IV. With your experience as an anesthesiologist, do you think Maya would have been sedated, or do you think these medications could have caused a mind-altering state in her and cause her to yell out at staff or cause her to personality to be different? Presidex, says the judge. Presidex, says Hunter. I'm okay with it, says Shapiro. I'm okay with it. Mr. Anderson, says the judge. Well, obviously, no objection. The second one, I don't know. No objection, says Hunter. Excuse me, no objection, says Whitney. No objection on both, says Anderson. There we go, says the judge. Red number 12. Doctor, you said that an interfecal pump was as a way too dangerous procedure. Who is it that should make that determination? You or the patient? No objection from either side. Red 13. Doctor, during this trial, we have seen many photos that this jury must consider in determining this case's outcome. For this reason, is CRPS and or the Budapest criteria, if it calls for once CRPS symptoms appear, they are continuous for life or till cured, in quotes. Or can they come and go, all or in part, forever? Or simply vanish and never appear again? No objections, says Anderson. Corrells is saying something to Hunter. She said, not really. Hunter says, I think if we lose the preamble, we'll just stick to the question. Otherwise, no objection. Judge says, I agree with taking out the preamble. And we'll just start with, is CRPS? And that's where we'll start. Next, red number 14. Doctor, was I correct in hearing you say that one of the Budapest criteria relating to differences in body part temperatures was Maya did not have a colored or blue leg? I think you said, question mark. That seems very drastic to meet the Budapest criteria. Cannot differences in body temperature that are measured by basic, gentle touch, by non-touch monitors, or is discoloration the criteria? No objection, says Mr. Anderson. Judge says, I'm going to jinx us here. Y'all have been a roll with agreeing with everything for the last few minutes. Red 15. Is it your view that if a drug or, quote, way of treatment, end quote, that is approved by U.S. government is the only valid or allowed treatment? I believe past witnesses' testimony used the term titration, in quotes. And with many drugs, more may be needed to have the same benefit over time. is ketamine similar to other medications? No objection, says Anderson. Carell says, well, they're thinking it over. Sure, he says. The streak continues, says the judge. Red number 16. Doctor, you testified high-dose coma ketamine is not done in the United States. I'd assume it's not FDA approved. Yes, no, or other. Next question. Per other medical witnesses, it is approved at other countries throughout the world. Is that correct? Are these other countries, how should I say, medically and scientifically advanced, like European countries and us here in the U.S., us here in the United States, or are others that allow higher doses of ketamine than allowed in the United States to be considered third world countries? Somebody says, not something we should be laughing about. Mr. Anderson says, I'm not laughing about that. I'm laughing for the obvious reason that it's a bit overboard and most politically correct as you can possibly get. Carell says, I do think it holds judgmental comments. And Judge says, so I'm hearing objections on both on number 3. How about number 1 and 2? Mr. Hunter says, let me see 1 and 2. Carell says, I'm sorry, Judge, are we going to be taking a break? Mr. Anderson says, well, I object to number 3. Judge says, both sides agree, and I agree with number 3. So 1 and 2. Anderson says, I'm going to object to number 1. Well, says the judge, I think it's already been testified to. Carell says the Budapest criteria. The judge says no, whether ketamine coma is FDA approved. Anderson says it's actually not prohibited. There's no prohibitions against it whatsoever. It's just that pharmaceutical companies won't pay for it. I understand, says Mr. Anderson. Judge says, so are you objecting to it or not? Because I don't think defense is objecting to 1 or 2. Mr. Anderson says, I'm objecting to number 1 with legal basis, and it's confusing and overbroad and outside the scope. Judge says, I'm going to overrule Mr. Anderson's objections, and I will ask that question. Red number 17. Doctor, you stated that you at times use ketamine in low doses to treat CRPS. Is that correct? In terms I can better understand, low-dose ketamine over time is like a chlorine tablet floating in a pool to help make water better. Would not a period of high ketamine then be like a, quote, shock treatment, end quote, in a pool, which has its benefits too? It's a dangerous. Carell says, wow. Mr. Anderson says, it's an analogy I'd never thought of. Mr. Hunter laughs. Mr. Anderson laughs. If it helps the juror, I guess, says Mr. Anderson. No objections. Carell says, yeah, okay. Mr. Hunter says, I never understood chlorine. I don't understand this, so I object to it. Judge says, well, I'm going to overrule that. I understand where the juror's going with it and trying to draw comparison that he might be able to understand. So I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection. And red number 18, our last page with 4 questions. Doctor, in 2016, Was CRPS a well understood ailment? Next, in 2016, was CRPS a, quote, curable, end quote, illness? Number 3, in 2023, is CRPS now a well understood ailment? Red number 4, in 2023, is there a medication or drug that will cure CRPS? Okay, so hopefully you guys were counting how many objections there were. There we go, says the judge. Now we're going to be taking a break here in a moment before we get to the juror questions. Who is next? Dr. Paula Dees? Judge says, Dr. Paula Dees, is that for the last of the day? Correll says, yes, that's the last one. We do have Dr. Malik's edited. Judge says, I know that Mr. Altenberg and Mr. Elliott wanted a few minutes with me. Correll says, oh, that's fine, Judge. Judge says, I'm just saying that they said probably 15 minutes. And so long as I can be off the bench at 5:30, I'll accommodate whatever we can do. I'm just letting you all know that I was told they were looking for. Correll says, we would defer to the court. We don't have to do that by any means. We'll just do what's available. Judge says, just get me off the bench by 5:30. Mr. Whitney says, what time should we tell Mr. Elliott to be available? The judge said, I said after the jury leaves. Whitney says, all right. Tell the jury we're going to start again. Is 5 minutes enough for everybody? Tell the jury we're going to start in 5 minutes. Y'all, 5 minutes rest here. All rise. Court's in recess. All right. That was that's the longest one yet. My hand is numb, like my fingers from holding my phone. I don't think I've ever been on the phone that long, ever. So there we have our questions from the jury. Fantastic questions. 18 pages of questions. And many, many good ones. So just fantastic. Can't wait. Counted 6 objections, says Lacey Ann. That puts us up to 1311 on the objection count. Oh, man. My objection counter scrolly thing just decided that it wants to stop working right now. So I'll unplug it just briefly and turn it off. There we go. All right. It should be 13:15. It should be 13:15. Did it not count up properly? Less than 1,000 more till your guess. Okay, we've got it on 13:15 now. Thank you for the correction. My hand's numb from holding my phone up to my ear. Why isn't the judge overruling some of the defense's objections? The judge rules based on the law, and so it's not what the judge likes. He's not like supporting one team or another. It's just he has to weigh it and based on the law and the rules of admissible evidence, what can come in. And sometimes that sides with the plaintiff and sometimes it sides for the defense. Mrs. R.A. says, hey, that's my wife. I'm frustrated with how the witness is acting superior, as if everyone in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital had this knowledge when treating Maya. Everyone was in the dark back then. I think Mrs. R.A. is a little bit behind on the stream because the witness has been off for just a little bit, but that's okay. We know who she's talking about. You can't accuse this jury of not paying attention. I'm so impressed with them, seriously. Somebody said, do they get their notes back at the end of the day? And yes, they have the same notebooks they can keep with them. I don't think they get their questions back. I think the judge files those, and those stay with the court. But they get to keep their notes, and they have, I believe, multiple notebooks available to them each. And at the end of this, in deliberations, they will have access to all those notes. When the deliberation ends, they leave the room. The notes stay there. They don't get to take them home, and the court will destroy those notes. No way they have time for another witness today. They say they have just that one. I forget her name. I said it, but the one doctor, and I think it's in person. Cheryl, I saw that question earlier. That's why I was trying to answer it for you. I do actually try to answer questions. So I think I've sprained my finger holding the phone up to my ear. The doctor believes he cannot be wrong. He's very confident in his opinion. He's extremely confident in his opinion, and almost to the point where he refuses to acknowledge anything that could challenge it. And I think that the jury sees this, and I think that doesn't play well with the jury. Other than that, I mean, it's a very smart doctor. He's got a lot of experience. He's at least aside from some of the the practices he was suggesting, like kids should smoke marijuana instead of take ketamine. Most of what he said has been pretty on the spot. That question about chlorine in the pool is actually good, says KCAT, especially the shock treatment. It can act as a brain test to stop the pain looping. I've had RSD for 40 years and done lots of different things to do the same thing. Thank you, KCAT. The judge liked that question as well. Alex Martin, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a member. Thank you so much, my friend, for supporting the channel. MMJ programs are not FDA approved. Yeah, I don't believe anything on a federal level is when it comes to medical marijuana. Sparkle Ninja, welcome. Good to have you. From Rob from Lawn Lumber. I think Rob is working today. He was paying a little bit of attention. He sent me a text. He might be able to call in later today if his work allows. How much time does Anderson have? Hope he has enough to question Smith on Thursday. He had 8 hours this morning, and I think he's used probably at least half an hour of that today. Maybe even upwards of 45 minutes. Jury is super smart, says Tag. There's nothing slipping past them. It's great, and I love their questions. Amber says, chat, please don't make fun of the next witness's name. Buffer, thanks. I appreciate that. We do like to, as Rob says, we like to attack the testimony, but not the individual. So let's focus on the testimony. Does your voice ever get tired? Love hearing it. Amanda Ray, yes, it does. At the end of the day, I just sit there quiet and I don't say anything. Let's see.
Mr. Anderson.
Ooh, here we go.
Miss Lawrence, you're up. Come on.
Nice. Mr. Whitney and Mr. Anderson left the room, and so Judge says...
Are you going to get to do one of the witnesses? Okay.
Stay tuned. We might see Miss Lawrence cross a witness.
Okay. The doctor's back. Doctor, in front of the jury, I'm just going to remind you that you're under oath, okay? Let's bring in the jury.
That would be awesome. It would be awesome to see her up at the podium. Thanks, Rebecca. So many people have said some nice things about the channel. I hope I can live up to what they say, but I appreciate all of you guys living up every bit of it to the praise. That's all because of you. Thank you so much.
Please be seated, members of the jury. I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. You have not been approached by anyone about this case. Is that correct? Correct. And you have seen lots of media accounts about this, correct? No. Okay. I will tell you, we are able to ask most, but not all of the questions. But for the vast majority of the questions, we are going to be able to ask. And Doctor, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Let's start. Oops, I forgot to write the time down.
This time is being billed and split between the two parties, and that's going to hurt.
Doctor, how is Maya doing after her discharge from Johns Hopkins Hospital?
The latest information I have is that she's doing very, very well. Looking at her physical therapy notes after discharge from January, I think Last note I looked at was in July. She's gone in January from being wheelchair bound, unable to bear weight, all of her weight on her feet, having to stand with support, get out of a wheelchair and transfer to a bed or a toilet with support and help. That was how she was in January. She underwent physical therapy roughly twice a week, going forward from there. And by July, she's described as walking around, no pain complaints. There was a quotation from her father in in the summertime, just describing how well she was doing. And I understand that today she's a high school student. She's doing well. She's in some kind of athletics. So as far as I know, she's doing quite well.
What are withdrawal symptoms of someone that is physically dependent on ketamine?
Well, I've never seen or heard of anybody in my life getting doses of ketamine like this. 1,000, 1,200, 1,300 milligrams in just a few hours. So I can't say that I have any experience with that, but I have seen ketamine withdrawal. Back in the old days, when we had kids undergoing radiation therapy at Boston Children's, they would come in every day, Monday through Friday, for 6 weeks for radiation therapy, and we would have to put them to sleep because you don't want them to move at all when there's a radiation beam going into their body. You want to kill the bad stuff, the cancer, not the good stuff. So we used to use ketamine. We have better drugs now, but we used to use ketamine. And as we saw with Maya, the dose would need to be increased from week to week to week because they develop tolerance. That means you need more of the same drug in higher doses to get the same effect. That's tolerance. The other side of that coin is when somebody develops tolerance, they become increasingly physically dependent on it. So if you have any drug, that's what happens. And the symptoms of withdrawal are going to be the opposite of the symptoms that you're trying to get by using the drug. So think about narcotics. Narcotics make pain go away. Narcotics cause constipation. Narcotics cause drowsiness. The opposite of those three things that happen with withdrawal. They feel pain all over their body. Their bones feel like they're breaking. They have wicked diarrhea. And they're wired, absolutely wired. They're not sedated. They're the opposite wired. The same thing's true with every drug, you name it, every single drug. And in fact, in Maya's case, she was treated with steroids for her asthma in high doses. And when those were stopped, she had none of her own steroids in her body and had symptoms that could be attributed to having inadequate steroids and being at risk for infection and things of that sort. So with ketamine, when we used to give ketamine, we would see kids sometimes come in on Monday begging for ketamine. They had it Monday through Friday. They go home for the weekend. They're not getting radiation therapy. They come in at 8 o'clock in the morning for their radiation therapy. They can't wait to get their next dose of ketamine. They're anxious, sometimes begging for the ketamine. They feel pain because it's all the opposite of what ketamine does. So there's no question that ketamine, call it, is addictive, is habit forming, but physical dependence does occur with ketamine, and those would be the symptoms that I would predict. Fortunately, I've seen it rarely, and I've never seen a kid withdraw after such high doses because I've never heard of such high doses being given before.
Is it possible that the, quote, symptoms, end quote, Maya would present as, quote, CRPS, end quote, be withdrawal symptoms?
That's a great question. That was one of my hypotheses, especially when she was in the ICU at All Children's Hospital. She was agitated, she was screaming for ketamine. Those could have been withdrawal symptoms that she was having. And so that's possible. That's definitely possible.
What is the half-life of ketamine?
Off the top of my head, I'd have to look it up. I would hazard to guess it's in the range of, sort of like in the range of what morphine is, which would be 2 or 3 hours.
We have heard testimony that not all physicians that assess Maya, they did not always assess temperature changes or no color changes or assess her skin or other things the Budapest or the other things on the Budapest criteria? Can you make a certain determination that it is not CRPS since you did not assess Maya during this time yourself?
Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Hannah described her limbs as being cool. I don't know what that means. When I have a child with CRPS, one limb is colder than the other, and we use 2 degrees as the threshold. It's rather arbitrary of whether that's significant or not. Now, how do we assess that? It hurts too much to touch their leg with the back of your hand to see if it feels warm or cold. And Maya certainly wouldn't have let somebody do that by description. So what I use is one of those thermometers where, well, they're very common. They didn't used to be common, but you see during the COVID pandemic, you saw people shooting those at your forehead and measuring your temperature. A little laser beam comes out which shows you where you're aiming at, and it uses infrared to tell you the temperature. So we used one of those. We buy them on Amazon for about $15, so we don't have to pay a medical supply company $100 for them.
See link
but
below.
They're the same device. So and they measure temperature very accurately up to 1/10 of a degree. And so we have a chart. We shoot the big toe, top of the foot, the ankle, the shin, the back of the calf, the thigh, and we just record those measurements and compare left and right and look for a difference. Then as far as color change goes, that's obvious. As I said, I provided some photographs to Mr. Hunter. He asked me for some photographs of what CRPS looked like in my patients. Some of them are really horrendous. We have one leg that's pink, one leg that's deep blue. So that's pretty clear. I didn't get that. I don't know how Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Hannah assessed temperature or anybody else subsequent to that. But I suspect that really wasn't done.
Doctor, you stated many times that Maya does not have CRPS, but also stated you never examined her. How can you come to this conclusion?
I can come to that, well, because I've seen 1,000 or 2,000 cases of CRPS, and it's sort of like looking at that scratch on her forehead. You look at that and you say, well, that's a scratch. It's probably a fingernail scratch, You just know it when you see it. When you don't see what you're expecting to see with CRPS, it's not CRPS. I mean, if you told me somebody was an amputee and I looked at a picture of them and they had all 4 of their arms and legs, I would say, no, they're not an amputee. It's as obvious as that. It didn't look like CRPS. It didn't sound like CRPS by description. There were some emails that her mother wrote to herself, but in Maya's voice, similar to the blog that she was putting out. I don't know if that's something you were shown, but in Maya's voice, she's saying she's the youngest patient ever in the world to have total body CRPS. Then she said she's the youngest kid in the world to ever get ketamine coma. Well, I don't think she had CRPS. I don't think she had whole body CRPS. What are the odds that this child was the first kid in the world to ever have this? That's how I would say she didn't have CRPS. I don't think the odds are very large that she was the first kid in the world to ever have a condition that nobody else has ever seen before.
Is there any medical oversight on the dosing of ketamine?
I'm not sure what's meant by medical oversight, except this, that, for example, our hospital specifies an acceptable dosage range for using ketamine outside of an intensive care unit. If you want to use more, you have to be in the intensive care unit, which is impossible. Why is it impossible? For the reason of ketamine, because insurance won't authorize it. The ICU is super busy, and there's just not a bed for something like that. So I'm on a email list server of pediatric pain. People, thousands of people from all over the world are on that list server. And the question comes up from time to time. Somebody says, hey, we want to start using IV ketamine infusions in our hospital, and they ask for advice. And different physicians write in and give the guidelines that are in their hospital. I would say at Stanford, For sure, we have the most liberal guidelines of any children's hospital I know of. And we only allow it to go up to 1 milligram per kilogram per hour. And as I said earlier, in 20 years, we've only had one kid who needed to go that high. And she was a redhead, and redheads are notorious for needing higher levels of anesthetics than people who don't have red hair. And there's a chemical reason for that.
There you go.
So that's the medical oversight, is there are policies and procedures that hospitals have that say this is what you can do, and outside these guardrails you can't do it. Now, who enforces that? If I were to write an order for 5 milligrams per kilogram per hour of ketamine in the hospital, the nurse would say, no, I'm not going to do that. And I might get into an argument with her or him, and they would pull out the policy off the web and say, it says right here you can't go there. And that's it. I would be in serious trouble if I really did that.
Is it common for a diagnosis of CRPS to be questioned by physicians?
I think there was a question Mr. Anderson asked. I think Dr. Elliott, about honoring a diagnosis that comes in the hospital. So how could you not honor Dr. Hanna's or Dr. Kirkpatrick's diagnosis? And to that I would say, we don't honor diagnoses. We honor patients, we honor parents, we honor people, but a diagnosis is an idea, and they're wrong sometimes. You wouldn't want a doctor who accepts you from another doctor outside the hospital and just automatically agrees that this is the diagnosis, these are the drugs you should give. It's going to be your reputation on the line if that's wrong, because you're the one giving the drugs. So you're going to ask the question, is this right? And sometimes it's just really obvious. You have, like in Maya's case, comes into the hospital with a diagnosis of CRPS, pain specialist is called and says, this doesn't look like CRPS. It just doesn't. And so then you have to take a step back and say, well, it doesn't look like CRPS. What else could account for what we're seeing? And that would be true for any disease. If somebody comes in with a cough and the doc on the outside says, I'm setting this guy in for pneumonia, I want you to treat him with antibiotics, and you put a stethoscope on his chest and say, he doesn't have pneumonia. You do a chest x-ray, he doesn't have pneumonia. You treat him for something else, what he does have.
Next question. Does the diagnosis of CRPS automatically raise questions of psychiatric issues?
No, never.
Next question. Do you require IQ tests to treat CRPS or for entry to your pain clinic?
Oh, no. Why would we do that?
What role would IQ play in pain treatment, assessing meds or source?
It would not figure at all. We treat children who are cognitively impaired. We treat children who are near genius and everything in between. And, we would treat them no differently, except that when you're treating a cognitively impaired patient, it's challenging to figure out what's going on because they can't really describe it. Or an infant, for that matter. But no, we don't do IQ tests. And we don't treat anybody differently, whether they're smart or stupid.
If in a, quote, breakthrough case, end quote, it was whole body CRPS, would someone experience pain from a charm bracelet, anklet, pulling hair back tight, or application of mascara and makeup?
Yes, they would. Our children and women, adult women with CRPS, don't shave their leg with CRPS because it hurts so much to drag a razor over it. It hurts to drag a sock over it. They can't wear jeans. Our patients with CRPS, and probably all patients with CRPS in Florida, if it's in their legs, wear shorts 365 days a year because it's too painful to put pants on. Fortunately, I live in a place where that's okay most of the year. They live in Boston, I think they're out of luck. But that's how painful it is. Yeah, it would hurt.
Has any pediatric CRPS case reoccurred in your center?
Yes, it has.
At what age?
It's never reoccurred so far, knock on wood, in children who started at Maya's age, 10 or 11. As I said, those are our favorite to take care of because they get better the fastest, and they're usually cute little girls, and you feel really good about restoring them back to 100%. The teenagers tend to recur with greater frequency. And we published a paper on CRPS recurrences by sending surveys out to every patient we treated since 1984 and 1994, which is when I went to Stanford. And we sent it out. We got about a 35% response rate, which is pretty good for a survey, especially because we were using addresses and email addresses that were 20 years old, so we didn't know. A lot of the surveys came back as undeliverable. And what we found, we were kind of surprised that that ongoing pain was much more common than we thought it was going to be. About a third of the patients said they had no recurrence at all, no pain. And the rest of the patients had some kind of pain. Fortunately, most of them were mild. There's a young woman who's now a medical student at Stanford that we took care of a long time ago, 15 years ago. And she's an avid hiker, and she tells me when she goes on a really long hike, her foot hurts afterwards for a couple of days. And that's probably the CRPS. But so the pain can be persistent or recurrent, but it's usually not disabling. And then we have had children whose CRPS has kind of roared back at 100%. They come back, they look sometimes even worse than they did in the first place. It could be a year, 2, 3, 4 years later. Then we do the same thing that we always do, and we make it go away again.
What was the length between occurrences of symptoms?
The length between?
The occurrence of symptoms, and it goes back to the question about reoccurrence in your center.
I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Are you asking about the evolution of the development of CRPS after an inciting injury? It's usually days, maybe a week, 2 weeks at the most. But usually the change morphs from normal pain, if you want to call it that, to this really excruciating pain. We've had kids, a typical scenario, this is a really typical scenario, is a child injures their ankle or foot in a sport, and they go to the emergency room, photograph, x-rays taken, and the doctor's probably not used to looking at pediatric x-rays. They look different than adult x-rays, and they can look a little funny sometimes, and says, well, I'm not sure if there's a fracture, so let's put you in plaster just to be safe. And they put them in plaster, and about 5 days later, they're in excruciating pain, and cut the cast off, and they have CRPS. Because immobilization is I think one of the triggers of CRPS, when you immobilize a limb. In fact, there was a study done by a colleague of mine named Stephen Butler in Sweden.
Sir, let me just, the question had to do was between the length, so.
Did I answer the question? Typically, a few days to 2 weeks between an inciting event, if there is one, and the development of CRPS. In terms of recurrences, they can occur almost any time, but what I've seen is, I would say, 6 months to a couple of years.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
For a recurrence.
Straight answer.
Was it ever, or when has 25 milligrams per kilogram per hour been within the reasonable standard of care or used in practical application?
Never, not even for general anesthetic. Never. I've never heard of doses of that sort, that magnitude.
In CRPS, final requirement to rule out other diagnoses versus psychiatric requirement to find the same before diagnosis. Are these directives in conflict here?
They were in conflict with what Dr. Hanna and Dr. Kirkpatrick did. They didn't, neither of them read the notes from any of the hospitals where she had previously been taken care of. And I think if they had read those notes, they would have stopped and questioned the diagnosis. I hope they would have stopped and questioned the diagnosis, because I think those notes are very telling. They're that the symptoms that Maya was exhibiting came and went, and her reports of symptoms and what the medical professionals observed, and by medical professionals I'm talking about doctors, therapists, nurses, what they observed and wrote in the chart were very, very different, oftentimes, almost every day, than what was being reported to them by Maya or her mother. So that kind of discrepancy to me raises red flags. If a child can go from, let's say, feeding herself with both hands, brushing her hair, smiling, to screaming in pain, and when a nurse comes in to give her a pill, say she can't lift her arms off the bed to put the pill in her mouth, there's something wrong there. And it raises red flags. I can't say exactly what it was, there's a few possibilities, but that isn't how CRPS works, and that should raise questions about the diagnosis.
Testimony has described Maya's Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital visit as an, quote, interruption, end quote, in treatment. What was the presumed conclusion of the dosage for ketamine?
The presumed conclusion for the dosage of ketamine that she was getting from Hannah was it was too high by tenfold. The dose that they started in the intensive care unit was 3 milligrams per kilogram per hour, and that wasn't adequate to stop her from screaming in pain and thrashing. It was raised to 5 milligrams per kilogram per hour, and nobody felt comfortable going above that. So nobody had ever experienced giving doses higher than that in or out of an operating room. So that's where they leveled that off. Now, if you look at whether the ACH admission was an interruption in her therapy, I would say it was, and that's a good thing. Because if you look at the overall trajectory, from when she was admitted to, let's say, the next summer, she was better and better. The number of drugs that she was on, starting with a huge list of drugs, and slowly narrowed down to virtually no pain medication at all by the next summer. She's on a little asthma medication, a little allergy medication, but nothing directly for the CRPS. And yet, in spite of that, she's doing great in the summertime. And why was she doing great? I think because she wasn't going through periodic ketamine withdrawal, and she was getting physical therapy at Agility twice a week, almost twice a week, almost every week, for that entire period of time. And we're showing continuous improvement. A few other things could account for that improvement as well. She's growing up a little bit, etc. But the point is that what they did was they put a stop to what was being done by Hannah, and that was a good thing.
Now, Doctor, we're about halfway through the questions, so let's see if we can just answer the specific question asked. There's going to be opportunities for others to ask follow-ups, so let's just try to answer them.
Okay.
The next question, can the CRPS pain starting in a limb radiate to other areas as well?
Yes, it spreads up to the body, can go all the way up to the thigh, even the lower back, and it can cross over to the other side in some patients.
Are most medical treatments for CRPS temporary, although effective for at least some relief?
Some patients are lucky enough to never experience CRPS again. And most patients, over 50%, that is to say, children, over 50%, will have some recurrences later in their adult life.
You stated CRPS does not usually reoccur when adolescent girls present with it and are treated. Is it not CPRS a lifelong condition, although fluctuating in severity over time?
No, if I said teenage girls it doesn't recur in teenage girls, I misspoke. As I said, it typically doesn't recur in 9, 10, 11-year-olds. CRPS doesn't even start much before that age for some reason we don't quite understand. It begins to start as puberty starts to develop. Those kids don't seem to recur. I've never seen one in 30 years. The older teenagers will have some recurrence, but as I said, it's about 2 out of 3 will have some kind of recurrence, but it's usually mild. I've had my patients have childbirth after CRPS in their 20s or 30s and haven't had any kind of recurrence even with that sort of a significant event. And about a third of patients it doesn't recur. So is it lifelong in them, or are they cured? It's hard to say. I mean, maybe 5 years later they will have a recurrence. I don't know. But almost all those patients who have CRPS in childhood and adolescence go on to live normal lives.
Next question. You testified Maya was in athletics. Can you tell us what she was involved in?
Maybe I have it in the notes I made.
Now all these notes are coming in.
Let's see if I did that.
Everything he's got, Mr. Anderson can say, we'd like those, please.
Skipping forward. No, I didn't write any notes, but I don't remember if it's gymnastic or cheerleading or something. It wasn't like soccer or anything like that. My recollection is it's something like that, but I can't specifically remember without going back into the chart.
Next question. You agree with All Children's Hospital's treatment of ketamine 5 milligrams per kilogram per hour in anesthesia dose. Per your testimony, Precedex, a sedative, and Haldol, 1 milligram IV. With your experience as an anesthesiologist, do you think Maya would have been sedated, or do you think these medications could cause a mind-altering state in her and cause her to yell out at staff or cause her personality to be different?
The Precedex at 0.7 milligrams per kilogram per hour is a highish dose. 0.5 is typical. So it's not an extraordinarily high dose, but it's a pretty high dose, and it's enough to deeply or significantly sedate most kids. They'll be arousable, they can wake up and answer questions and move in bed, and then they'll go back to sleep. So she was on that, and she was on ketamine at 5, and it would be really unusual to be on those two drugs and be awake and screaming. And that was probably the reason, I'm presuming, for the Haldol, is because she was a wild woman and they needed to control her. They can't have somebody thrashing in bed, pulling out their IVs and things like that, not to mention disrupting the entire environment by screaming. So Haldol is a major sedative that's used to calm people down. Now, would she be in an altered state? I don't think so.
You said that an intrathecal pump is way too dangerous procedure. Who is it that should make that determination, you or the patient?
Well, not the patient, for sure. I mean, you don't allow the patient to come in and say, I think you need to take out my appendix, or I need a lobe of my lung removed, or something like that. I mean, they have no idea what the risks of an intrathecal pump are, which includes spinal meningitis. They don't work that long. They tend to clog up, and etc. So intrathecal therapy is something that we use in dying cancer patients, for sure. It's very, very effective. But they're going to be dead in 6 months, and so we don't have to worry about whether it's going to work for 2 years. And we don't have to worry about spinal meningitis because, we know that they're dying. So it's not something that we otherwise use in pediatrics.
Is CRPS and or the Budapest criteria calls for once CRPS symptoms appear, they are continuous for life or until, quote, cured, end quote? Or can they come and go all or in part forever or simply vanish and never appear again?
There's a lot of questions in that question. So I'd say that the physical observation of stuff that goes on with CRPS diminishes during therapy over time. So the leg can remain cold and blue for a while, then it warms up as it's remobilized and reused. The allodynia goes away slowly. So all those symptoms go away. And once we're done with the child and we think we've restored them, they can have some residual color changes. Those can stay for quite a while. That is to say, their leg will kind of turn weird colors sometimes. It'll be normal, and then it'll not be normal. But the rest of the symptoms and signs go away unless there's a recurrence, and then they come back.
Next question. Was I correct in hearing you say that one of the Budapest criteria relating to differences in body part temperatures was Maya did not have a colored or blue leg?
I'm not aware that she had a blue leg or color changes in her leg, or that she had a difference between right and left in the skin temperature of her leg.
This seems very drastic to meet the Budapest criteria. Cannot differences in body temperatures that are measured by basic gentle touch, by non-touch thermometers, or is, quote, discoloration, end quote, the criteria?
The criteria are go in categories: motor, vascular, skin, and the vascular criteria, you don't have to have them all, but it's color changes and temperature changes. You can definitely have one and not the other. But they usually go hand in hand because the color change means lack of blood flow. That's why the leg turns blue, and if there's not blood flow, there's not warm blood getting down into the leg, so the leg's going to feel cold. So they usually go hand in hand. The Budapest criteria, I think the question was, are they drastic or something like that? They're very, very useful. And they're not sacrosanct. They're not carved in stone. And sometimes children come in with very early CRPS, and they just haven't blossomed into the full picture. But you get the feeling that that's where they're going, and in fact it tends to be where they go.
Next question. Is it your view that if a drug or, quote, way of treatment, end quote, that is approved by the U.S. government is the only valid or allowed treatment?
Truthfully, almost nothing we do is FDA approved in children. Almost nothing. So, no, I don't agree with that. I mean, almost every drug that we ever give kids has not been approved for the use in children by the Food and Drug Administration. So we're using them, it's called off-label.
Next question. I believe past witnesses' testimony used the term titration. And with many drugs, more may be. Let me start again. I believe past witnesses' testimony used the term titration. And with many drugs, more may be needed to have the same benefit over time. Is ketamine similar to other medications?
That's different than titration. So there's two things in that question. One is titration, and one is tolerance. So tolerance is when you're using the same drug over time and you need to up the dose to get the same benefit. That happens with opioids, for example. It happens with insulin for diabetics. One dose works, and over time they get resistant to it, so you have to give them more and more and more over time. Titration is something that you do, let's say, over minutes or hours or maybe days. You start a drug and you don't get the effect you want, so then you up the dose. So we do that with Neurontin, gabapentin, for example. We start at 100 milligrams a day, but our target is about 1,800 milligrams a day in your average teenager. But you don't give them 1,800 milligrams right off the bat because, number one, they'd have horrible side effects. Number two, you don't know what dose between 100 and 1,800 is going to work for them. So you just slowly ramp it up. That's called titration until you get the effect that you want.
Next question. You testified high-dose coma ketamine is not done in the United States. I'd assume it is not FDA approved. Is that yes, no, or
it's not FDA approved, but that's not why it's not used.
Per other medical witnesses, it is approved in other countries throughout the world. Is that correct?
Mexico doesn't have an agency like the FDA, so stuff doesn't get approved or disapproved there. And that's why it's used so freely in Mexico, in Monterrey, by Dr. Cantu. The European Union does have a licensing body that's like the FDA that covers all our countries. I don't know what the status of ketamine is, but I'm pretty sure it's being used off-label there as a high dose. And we could use it here. It's not a law, the FDA approving or disapproving it. Nobody's going to come and arrest us for doing that. We don't do it. The medical community doesn't use ketamine coma because it hasn't been shown to be effective and it's highly dangerous. As Cantu said, there was a 50% chance of Maya dying. Now, I think that's a little bit high, but still, it's dangerous. And we don't do it because it's dangerous, not because of anything the FDA says.
Next question. You stated that you do at times use ketamine in low doses to treat CRPS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In terms I can better understand, low dose ketamine over time, is it like chlorine tablet floating in a pool to help control, make water better? Would not a period of high ketamine then be like a, quote, shock treatment, end quote, in a pool, which has its benefits as well?
Well, I've heard a lot of analogies to humans and medicine, but never a swimming pool before. As a general rule, more is not better. I mean, if you give 500 milligrams of penicillin to somebody, does that mean 2,000 milligrams is going to be better? And the answer is no. Why? Because 500 is enough, and the higher you go, the more toxicity you have, the more side effects you have, the more danger you have. So more is not better, and shock treatments, we don't do that to the human body. It doesn't make sense.
We're on the last page. Only 4 more questions to go. In 2016, was CRPS a well-understood ailment?
Yes.
In 2016, was CRPS a curable illness?
Well, I want to modify well understood. As I said, we don't know, and we didn't know in 2016, the exact cause of it. So there's a lot of science that's been done, a lot of biologists looking at it. We know there's changes in the spinal cord, there's changes in the nerves out in the body, there's inflammation. All these things are associated with CRPS. We don't know what actually causes it. We don't know why nobody gets it before the age of 10 or so. We don't know why it's 8 times more common in females than in males. We have no idea. So we don't understand it in that sense, but we definitely understand what it is. Like when we see it, we know it, and we know how to treat it with the available tools that we have, which are far from perfect, but this is what we got. Second question was...
in 2016, was CRPS a curable illness?
No, and it was not, and I wouldn't call it curable. I would say it's something that goes into remission, hopefully for a long time, in those patients who do have CRPS, for whatever reason. Is it luck? Is it genetics? I don't know. But I would hesitate to say that it's really curable, except possibly, again, for those 10-year-old girls. I've never seen it recur in them, and I've never heard of it from anybody else. But curable is a very strong word. I'd be hesitant to use it.
In 2023, is CRPS now a well-understood ailment?
It's not much better understood than it was in 2016, to be honest with you. It's a confusing disease. Just don't know why people get it and what causes it, what the basic mechanisms are.
And the next and last question, in 2023, is there a medication or drug that will cure CRPS?
Oh, I wish there were. Nope.
Okay. Mr. Hunter, you're up next with any follow-ups. Mr. Anderson, you're up next with any follow-ups.
You said that Johns Hopkins had weaned her off of almost every drug, right?
No, I didn't say almost every drug.
But most of the drugs.
No, not even most of the drugs. That took several weeks.
Okay, well, why don't would it refresh your recollection to actually look at the discharge summary to see?
That can be on the scope of follow-up with this question.
Overruled. You can continue, Mr. Anderson.
Next one. Okay, so I'm sorry, you're right. The beginning of the first page has the number 1 and 2. All right, Aquaphor.
Not a drug.
Lenzaprel. Let's go. The next one. All right. Acetaminophen, albuterol, baclofen. That's prescription, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So is albuterol, is it not?
Yes.
All right. Cetirizine is, right?
Let me. She's obviously going to leave on asthma medications and allergy medications because she had asthma and allergy when she came in. So albuterol and cetirizine are allergy and asthma medications. So obviously, and the same is true for there it is, the Flovent, both nasal and inhalation. Those are asthma medications. Then there's several vitamins on here. There's the vitamin D. There's a laxative, Miralax. Like, show me a kid these days who's not on Miralax. So she's going to. It's a lot of medications, multivitamins. Those are not going to be taken away at this point in time. It'll be up to her pediatrician to decide if she needs those in the long term. So what she's on for CRPS or pain is pregabalin. That's it.
No. What you told the jury, did you not, that because of the care and treatment of Johns Hopkins over this 3-month period, that her asthma was much better as well? Did you not?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. But it looks to me like there are at least 6 different prescription drugs that she was checked out with and over 14 different substances listed. You agree with that?
Not over 14. There's 14 exactly listed. Some are drugs and some are not. And so 14, some are drugs, some are not. And the pain medications that she was taking when she came in are not on the list.
You were telling us that the ketamine coma is dangerous, highly dangerous. Do you know that over the past 10 years, Dr. Cantu has been performing these, that there has never been a single death or major injury from them?
Well, Mr. Anderson, he's doing this in Monterrey, Mexico. There's no report of a single death or a single injury, but how do we really know that?
And so he's just stowing the bodies in the backyard or something? I mean, why wouldn't there be?
Sir. I'm just saying we don't really know. There's no data.
I will sustain the argumentative
bodies in the
objection.
backyard. Anderson's chuckling that he got that in.
Then as to Dr. Dr. Hanna, are you aware he has treated over 18,000 patients with his infusions, sum up over 2,000 milligrams over 4 hours?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation and proper impeachment.
Overruled. Well, you're testifying all about these men. I would like to know if you're aware of that.
18,000 patients in his practice?
Yep.
I don't believe it.
Okay. All right. Let's just say if he comes in and testifies to that, that's how many. Wouldn't you expect out of that many patients that at some point, if it was so dangerous what he was doing, his titration, there would be at least 1 or 2 bad results?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained on that one.
What, if any, bad results have you discovered in all of your intensive examination of these facts? What bad results have you seen from either Dr. Cantu's ketamine coma or from Dr. Hanna's infusions?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation and argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer.
In Dr. Cantu's hands, Maya developed a multimicrobial pneumonia requiring antibiotics, and could have been a life-threatening pneumonia. She also may have aspirated. There was one time when she vomited with the endotracheal tube in, and there's notation in one of Beata's emails that the nurses had to jump on her and they were suctioning the vomit out of her mouth and suctioning her tracheal tube, that breathing tube, to clear material out of that. That might have been the sources of pneumonia for all I know. But a multimicrobial, which means several different kinds of germs, bacteria, multimicrobial pneumonia is not trivial. It's very dangerous. So it's hard to say. I mean, I can't say that she came to no harm. She did come to harm. As far as did you ask me about Dr. Hanna's treatment of her? He was giving her humongous doses of ketamine. She was losing weight. She had abdominal pain. She wound up in the hospital. I can't say that there was no harm from that.
No, I was asking you about statistics. whether you have any statistics or reported cases. Let's leave your view of what happened with Maya aside. Any reported cases or statistics from either physician indicating the procedures they were using were causing injury or death?
Lack of foundation argumentative, Your Honor. Beyond scope.
You can answer that overruled.
Are you asking me, did Cantu and Hannah report their problems?
I'm asking you whether any patients came forward, whether government agencies came forward, whether Dr. Cantu himself came forward, whether Dr. Hannah himself came forward, whether their family, friends, anybody else ever came forward with any information you've been able to find that either one of these procedures caused a serious injury or death.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer it, then let's move on, Mr. Anderson.
Well, I have not. I'm not a detective. I did not go after Cantu and Hannah and look to see if in their practices they had harmed anybody.
You didn't go after Cantu and okay, so
how would I know the answer to that question? I haven't gone through the files and police records or lawsuits. I haven't gone through the databases to see if Hannah's ever been sued before, or if anybody has raised a claim or made a claim to the medical board. All these things are possible. I have no idea. Probably not. I mean, probably it's all under the radar.
Mm-hmm. This is called the suicide disease, is it not?
No, I've never heard that term.
You've never heard of CRPS being called the suicide disease?
Never, I've never heard that.
All right. Have you ever had any patients commit suicide as a result of CRPS?
When we did our survey, we found one patient who had, actually her parents filled out the survey. She was 30 years old, and she had committed suicide. But when she left our practice, she was in remission, and then she overdosed on OxyContin. Where she got the OxyContin, from whom, I have no idea. But it was an OxyContin overdose. Not sure if it was a suicide or not.
Were there actually 3 others? Did you have 3 other suicides?
No.
Okay. So ketamine is FDA approved, and it is true, is it not, that there is no FDA upper limit to its use?
Well, it's approved as a general anesthetic. Yes.
Right. And it's approved to be titrated to the anesthesiologist's judgment of effect, right?
To perform general anesthesia and surgery. It's not approved for neuropathic pain, complex regional pain syndrome, etc.
Well, right now it says it's as an orphan drug, is it not?
Well, as I said earlier, there's nothing wrong with using it off-label without FDA approval. But the question was, is it approved? Yes, it's approved for general anesthesia, but not for anything else.
But the idea is it titrates an experienced anesthesiologist using it for whatever purpose they've got, treatment of pain, or I guess during the course of a surgery. It's the anesthesiologist's judgment to titrate to effect, is it not?
No.
So you just press a magic button and you know that amount is the right amount under each circumstance?
No.
Sustained.
Well, would you agree with me that the judgment of the anesthesiologist is very important in determining the amount of a particular anesthetic given during a procedure?
During an operation? Yes.
And the goal is to achieve efficacy, that is, a positive response to whatever medication you're using.
During surgery,
Correct?
The goal is to have the patient unconscious.
Right. So now, in Dr. Cantu's case, you were talking about harm to, I guess, Maya, and you said it was from an infection, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was not caused by the ketamine. That was caused by the fact of intubation, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
Wasn't it treated within a matter of 4 or 5...
Finish with his answer.
I thought he just did.
No. The intubation was done to protect her airway so that she wouldn't get pneumonia. And she would be able to be, they could breathe for her. The intubation was necessary. That's why we do it in the operating room. That's not what caused the pneumonia.
Perhaps I misspoke. The ketamine as a chemical, a drug in her body, did not prompt the development of bacteria. It was the fact that there was a tube down her throat that produced this.
No.
True?
No. That's not how it works. The ketamine rendered her unable to breathe effectively and unable to protect her airway from aspiration. Therefore, the tube was put in to protect her airway. So in that sense, the ketamine was not the immediate cause of her pneumonia, but it was the cause, because without the ketamine, she wouldn't have needed the tube, she wouldn't have needed the ventilator, and she wouldn't have developed pneumonia.
How many patients have you intubated in your career?
Many thousand.
Thousands of them.
Thousands.
And through the course of your intubations, you have from time to time seen this exact same occurrence. That is, a development of a bacterial infection.
Bacterial infections occur in intensive care patients who are on ventilators because they cannot cough effectively and clear secretions.
So the fact of an intubation in and of itself is an accepted medical procedure, true?
True.
And in this instance, this infection was resolved within less than 18 hours through the use of broad-based antibiotics. Don't the records reveal that?
I don't have Dr. Cantu's records. I don't think they're in the record here.
You were going on Beata Kowalski's.
Can the witness finish his answer?
Sure.
We don't have medical records. We can't say that it was within 18 hours. I don't know her fever curve. I don't know what her sputum was like. That was suctioned up by the nurses. I don't know if they ever repeated the culturist. I have no idea.
Right. So you're not aware of the testimony of Dr. Cantu here about that?
What I'm saying is I don't have the records to show that she resolved it within 18 hours.
I see.
It's possible.
Okay.
I'm just saying the record doesn't reflect that.
You also were talking about withdrawal symptoms from ketamine. And is it true that ketamine does not directly affect the opioid sensors in the brain?
That's true.
And through the course of this, the one thing I recognize is you said, as part of withdrawal symptoms, you would expect someone to be wired, right?
Ketamine withdrawal,
yes.
Benzodiazepine withdrawal, morphine withdrawal, yeah.
Yeah, but we're specifically talking about...
Wired is not a good term. I regret using that. Let's say anxious and agitated.
All right. What objective signs accompany agitation and what was your other term?
I said anxious.
Anxious and agitation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What physiological signs of agitation and anxiety will you have? Would you expect?
Physiological signs? By what do you mean physiological?
Well, would you expect an elevated blood pressure?
Possibly.
Elevated heart rate?
Probably.
Would you expect in the medical records themselves some statement by the patient of being anxious or being agitated?
Perhaps. Children don't generally say, I'm anxious.
Well,
you can see their agitation. They don't need to tell you that.
Nowhere in any of these records did you see any indication of an increase in blood pressure, an increase in heart rate, and a statement of any type that the child felt agitation?
Children don't feel agitated, they act agitated, and people observe that agitation, and she certainly was agitated. And the fact that there aren't vital signs that you might expect to go along with it opens a whole other can of worms. I don't know if you want to go there, but you'll probably... I'm not a psychiatrist, so I shouldn't.
She was agitated for a grand total of about 5 hours, was she not, on October 7th?
And then she went to sleep, right.
5 hours, right?
Meaning what?
And they gave her an antipsychotic, either that night or the next, right?
That's right.
And they kept her on an antipsychotic for most of her stay, did they not?
No, I don't think it was most of her stay.
At least for the next 4 weeks.
That wasn't most of her stay, but they did keep her on for a period of time to control behavior.
Anything else, Mr. Anderson?
By the court's question, I do not believe so.
The judge is saying, Mr. Anderson, check your watch.
You're
check
free
your
to
watch.
ask whatever questions you want.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
No, Your Honor.
And jury?
Members of the jury, are there any more questions?
I hear paper.
May this doctor be excused.
You may, Your Honor.
No questions. All right.
Thank you, sir. Before we forget the report that you were reviewing, I need you to give it to the clerk so we can have it marked for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, the clerk was going to come up and wrestle me if I didn't do that.
While they're changing out, welcome and thank you, Attorney Melanie Little, another YouTuber. Said some great, nice things about our channel. Thank you so much for coming and visiting. Thanks for sending some of your viewers here to watch during the day. We appreciate that. Appreciate your take on this as well.
There's a whole file there we wanted marked, Judge.
Did you review, Doctor, did you review any of the other papers in your file during your testimony?
This is the same. There's another copy. This other stuff. That just said some.
Why don't you show it to
How about
the
the
judge?
stuff that's in your actual folder? Did you review? Just tell me if you reviewed it or not.
Yeah, I just got these last night from counsel. Yes, and I read these.
So then let's hand it to the.
Okay.
I don't need you to tell me what it is. Just hand the court deputy anything that you looked at.
All right, I looked at that.
While he was on the stand, Your Honor, is that?
While he was on the stand.
While you're on the stand.
There you go. Okay. Thank you.
So it goes to the court, and it goes to Mr. Anderson.
Your next witness, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah, would you like us to proceed forward, Your Honor?
I do, and in another half an hour to an hour, we'll take a break.
Sure. The defense calls Dr. Paula Dees.
Dr. Paula Dees. So the doctor is going to go back to billing just $300 an hour as he heads back to his domicile. His $750 an hour stops billing right now. It's not the most we've heard of, but he's making some good money. And if he really got paid $750 to review stuff beforehand, and he read all 10,000 pages of medical records and reports, wow.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise my hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. All right, right this one.
Okay, jokes about this name will be, I think, at least a 30-minute timeout. Just warning you. We don't make fun of the witnesses and their names. You can poke holes in the testimony if you need to.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Sure. My name is Paula Alistair Dees.
And Dr. Dees, what is your profession?
I am a pediatric hospitalist at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
Well, what is a pediatric hospitalist?
A hospitalist is a pediatrician that specializes in taking care of hospitalized children, so outside of the ICU, but on the general medical service.
So let's go back a little bit, if you don't mind. Where did you get your medical degree?
My medical degree I obtained at Florida State College of Medicine.
Okay. And what did you do after obtaining your medical degree?
I attended pediatric residency at the University of South Florida, training both at Tampa General Hospital and at All Children's Hospital. And then after graduating residency, I stayed on and was hired as an attending physician at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and I have been there for the entirety of my career since.
During your training or your residency, did you receive any awards or honors?
I did. I would have to refer to my CV for a complete list, but during medical school, I was inducted into the Alpha Omega Alpha Honor Society, which recognizes top academic performers in medical school. I was also inducted into the Gold Humanism Honor Society, both in medical school and residency. That honor society is a peer-nominated process identifying physicians that are felt to be kind of exemplary, empathetic, and compassionate physicians.
Are you board certified?
I am, both in pediatrics and have my subspecialty certification in pediatric hospital medicine.
And you may have said it, I apologize. How long have you been with All Children's Hospital?
I did complete my residency training and did training at All Children's. I have been an attending physician at Johns Hopkins All Children's since June of 2011. So just had my 12-year anniversary as an attending, but if you include the 3 years of residency training, I've been there for almost 15 years now.
And I think you touched on it earlier, but if you could explain to the jury, what does a hospitalist do?
So a hospitalist is a pediatrician that takes care of patients that require hospitalization. So their medical condition is severe enough to require hospitalization and not just be managed by their pediatrician as an outpatient or in the clinic setting. So if a patient comes in and needs to stay overnight for whatever condition, we will continue to evaluate them, monitor, and treat them throughout the course of their hospitalization. We often work with other subspecialists and consultants. We have a multidisciplinary team at our disposal there at the hospital. We kind of think of ourselves as like a quarterback, so to speak. So we are typically in charge of the case in most scenarios, although we do consult on other cases. But we'll typically then put together a team of specialists, whether we also include things like physical therapy, speech therapy, etc., and kind of coordinate the care between all those subspecialists and serve as kind of the main attending physician for the care.
Did you have a chance to care for Maya Kowalski during her hospitalization at All Children's between October 7th, 2016 until she was discharged in January of 2017?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to walk you through a couple of your encounters and see if we can get an idea of what you provided care for. We're going to start with Joint Exhibit 1001-0425. Okay, and if you can go into the second half of that page where it starts with hospitalists. So, doctor, we see two names here after the word hospitalist. One is yours, and then there's someone named Patrick Del Santo. Can you explain who that is?
Patrick was one of our residents at the time. We are a teaching service at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital, so we can typically, as part of our hospital medicine team, can have medical students, residents, and so Dr. Del Santo was one of our residents at the time.
So how does that work? If you could explain to the jury, do you see the patient? Does the resident see the patient? How does that work?
Sure, great question. So typically what happens is the residents will come in the morning, they'll begin to review all of the charts, review the electronic medical record, they'll go and examine the patient prior to round, so we call that like the pre-rounding process, and then we get together as a team and we'll go around room to room and see the families and the patients together. The residents will typically present the case to me as the attending physician, and so ultimately it is my responsibility to have oversight and to supervise their care, ensure that if I perhaps would disagree or have additional comments or thoughts that I would add that in. With respect to the documentation, typically the residents will generate the note. They are physicians that have graduated medical school and have training. So they will generate the note, but then it is my responsibility as part of my duties as an attending physician to review their note, ensure that it's accurate and complete, and try to add any additional comments that I may have based on my experience or my visit. So to answer your question, I do see the patient every day. Sometimes we may all be together as a group with the residents. Sometimes I may have seen the patient independently if the residents are rounding independently that day. But I will still see the patient unless there's an extenuating circumstance like for example, if the patient's in the operating room and I'm not able to track them down. I think there was one date where Maya was in therapies and in the gym and I had a hard time kind of tracking her down, but that was that would be an exception, not the rule. The rule is that I see them every single day.
So let's go to the next page if we can, 0426. At the top there's something that says progress note. What's a progress note?
A progress note is our account of just the daily encounter. So there are several different types of documentation that we would complete on my service. For example, when a patient first enters the healthcare system in our hospital, we would perform a history and physical. And then from there on out, you perform daily progress notes to kind of document the updates, what happened in the preceding 24 hours or overnight, capture any new laboratory tests or results that have become available, try to synthesize any recommendations from specialists, document the updated physical exam, and the updated assessment and plan for the day.
Okay. So if we can, right below that it says no acute events overnight. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is being documented here?
So typically in the subjective portion of the note, we typically start by summarizing if there were any acute events overnight. from a medical perspective, we're really trying to capture, was there a code? Was there a significant decompensation event? Did the patient have unstable vital signs overnight? So that is kind of what that sentence is capturing. And then we kind of go through, depending on what the patient's presenting complaint or diagnosis may be, kind of talk about pertinent positives and negatives. Are they doing better? Are they doing worse? Are they the same from when they entered the hospital? Are there any new symptoms? Are there any improvement in symptoms? Things like that.
What does PO intake mean?
Per oral, so eating or drinking by mouth.
Let's go to the 4th page of your note, which is 0428. There's some free text at the top that starts with Maya's a 10-year-old girl. Do you see that, doctor?
I do.
Okay. You noted a complex PMH. What is PMH?
Past medical history.
And you noted a possible diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome. Doctor, my question to you is, based on your time treating Maya Kowalski, did you believe she had CRPS?
By the end of my time taking care of Maya and reviewing the totality of her case, her symptoms, her physical examination, and the medical records that I was able to review, not only internally within our facility, but also externally from other providers that had previously cared for Maya, I did not believe that Maya had CRPS.
And why?
CRPS is a very rare diagnosis. It is a challenging syndrome because there is not a blood test or a radiologic study or anything that, or biopsy that we can do to definitively rule it in or rule it out. CRPS is usually a peripheral nerve or pain disorder, typically chronic in nature. And what we see is that there is reported pain significantly out of proportion to whatever may have caused the initial injury to that area. But by definition, when you look at complex regional pain syndrome, it is a regional pain syndrome. So it typically will involve an extremity, and it's usually what we call the distal part of the extremity. So more likely to be like a hand or a foot or perhaps the lower part of the leg. But it is not a global pain syndrome. By definition, it is a regional pain syndrome. When we see patients with CRPS, as I have treated many patients with CRPS in my career, we will also typically see associated symptoms affecting that distal extremity, such as things like swelling, color change, temperature change. They may have what we call dystrophic changes, where there's changes of the skin or hair or nails in that affected region of their limb compared to the other side. So when we are looking at those cases, those are some of the signs and symptoms that we're looking for. There's also typically complaints of severe pain in that region, to where they may have something that we call like allodynia, where something that typically should not cause pain, either a light touch, a blanket, a shirt, something just superficially touching that area becomes exquisitely painful. But it is, to my knowledge, never a global overall pain disorder. So there were several factors specific to Maya's case that, as I learned her, met her, and again reviewed all of the medical records, examined her, that just caused me to question whether that was the correct diagnosis, because she actually had really no features that were consistent with CRPS.
And we'll talk about those in a minute. Let me go to the second half of your note where it starts with planned medical decision making.
Sure.
About halfway down, it says, continues with diffuse body pain secondary to pain medication dependence now being weaned. What did you mean by that statement?
So that's a part of the note that the resident would have written, and that is their perception or their interpretation. When Maya entered our health system, she had been receiving what I can only characterize as superhuman doses of ketamine, and it is likely that she had some form of physical dependence to those excessively high doses of drugs. And so through the guidance and recommendation of the multidisciplinary team that was taking care of Maya prior to her being transferred out of the ICU, they had begun the process to try to wean her off of those medications. Certainly, she was under close surveillance to try to ensure that that process was done as comfortably to her as possible, but there can be discomfort in that process.
A little lower in your note, you noted that I think it's below this one, that the parents wanted an intrathecal clonidine during the admission.
Your Honor, we object to the reading of the medical records.
Didn't mean to lead to this, but there was a reason. Anyway, if you go to the bottom part of the note, not this one, but just below it, there was there a request for a clonidine pump?
That request was not made to me directly, but it was passed along to me.
Objection, hearsay.
Let me ask you about the next page, 429. Number 4, what are you describing here?
Maya had a port, which is a reservoir under the skin that is used to access the patient's vascular system to either draw blood or administer medications. And that has a risk of becoming infected or developing blood clots. And so we constantly want to surveil and monitor that area to ensure that there is no signs of complication. So on this day, we noted that she had a small erythematous, means red. So just a small red area. And induration means the soft tissues are kind of inflamed. So there is an area of red inflamed tissue over her port. So we are drawing attention to the fact that there could be a potential developing infection or complication associated with her port, and that we were monitoring that very closely.
What happens if a port becomes infected?
If a port becomes infected, it can develop in a range of symptoms all the way up to a life-threatening infection such as sepsis, where the body becomes overwhelmed with infection and has struggles to compensate, and you can actually die from sepsis. So that is the range of anything from a superficial skin infection all the way to the potential for death.
I wanted to ask you about an order which is at 1001-1079. And it's the second one down where it says order for seizure monitoring unit.
Correct.
You see that?
I do.
Who is Dr. Amy Dalasania?
She was another one of our residents at the time.
Was this order placed pursuant to your request?
Yes.
Okay. Well, why are you ordering seizure monitoring?
So we were trying to move Maya to a room that had a closed circuit video capability. So the name of those beds is our seizure monitoring unit. My concern in learning Maya, meeting Maya, and evaluating her, and also learning of other reports from colleagues and consultants in the case, was that Maya had repeated discrepancies noted in what she said she could do and what she would be observed doing when she wasn't aware that she was being observed, so to speak. So, for example, and we may get to it, but there was a time where we'll ask her, "Can you move your legs?" and she would say no. But then later that same day, I would see her holding her legs up in such a way and crossing her feet to where someone that can't move their legs would not be able to do that. So as part of my diagnostic evaluation and trying to really go through and do my due diligence to see what I felt her true underlying diagnosis and disorder was, I wanted to be able to observe her in a way, because there was differences in her performance when someone was a medical provider was talking to her and asking her questions and asking her to perform, and what she was probably doing, whether it was consciously or subconsciously, I can't say, when she wasn't directly being asked to perform. So by putting her in that room with the closed video monitoring, we would be able to, for example, I wanted to know, like, when she was sleeping, would she roll over in the bed? Would she be kicking and kind of moving her legs? Both of which are things that she would not produce for us voluntarily, but we were curious to know what would happen when perhaps she was either in the room alone or when she was sleeping.
Was the your order for an for the video surveillance for clinical and diagnostic reasons?
Correct. Yes, it was.
Let me ask this: the room that Maya was in before you moved her into the monitoring room,
yes,
did that have cameras on the ceiling?
No.
Okay, so the general patient rooms do not have surveillance cameras.
Correct.
Do the general patient rooms have cameras?
No.
If I may approach, Your Honor, I was going to have the witness.
You may.
Okay.
Just show Mr. Whitney, since apparently this is his witness.
Mr. Whitney, you're up.
I see it.
Okay.
I missed what the joke was. Somebody made a comment regarding
Doctor,
that objection.
I've handed you what I've marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 3304-1. What room is this?
That's room 709.
Is this the room that Maya was moved into for the video surveillance?
Yes, it was.
Does this photo represent a true and accurate depiction of what the room looks like, with the exception of the bed?
Yes, I was going to say, with the exception of the bed, the crib obviously would not be in there for Maya. She would have had a regular hospital bed. But yes, the room otherwise looks the same.
Okay. In terms of the windows, the location machines, everything else would have been the same back in 2016?
Correct. We have on the seizure monitoring floor, we have, I believe it's maybe 8, 9, 10 beds that are equipped with the remote video monitoring. They look like every other room in the hospital in terms of on the general medical floors. Of course, the ICUs and the neonatal and intensive care units are a little bit different. But we often will have patients even in the seizure monitoring rooms that aren't necessarily being monitored because they function, look, feel exactly like all of the other rooms. There's no difference on the side of the patient. It's just more of whether we need that video monitoring capability or not.
Your Honor, I'd like to move into evidence Defense Exhibit 3304 and publish it to the jury.
No objection.
Okay.
Court receives Exhibit 3304.
This is the hospital room picture we saw earlier with the crib.
Screen, so you told the jury, obviously, well, what would be different from what the jury is seeing here for the video monitoring room versus how it would have looked? Was it the bed? Is that the difference?
Just the bed, correct.
Okay. And this would be the room that you had ordered Maya to be transferred to for video surveillance?
Correct. I didn't request like a specific room, but yes, we just requested for her to be moved to one of the rooms that had video monitoring capabilities.
How many are there, do you know?
I believe it's 8 to 10, I want to say, because I think it's 701 through 709 or 710.
Okay. Let me show you what I've marked as what's been marked and moved into evidence as 3002-0002, which is the consent for medical treatment. 3002. And if you could take up the top where it says consent to treatment in that first paragraph. And I question you, doctor, did you believe you had consent to do video monitoring?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Doctor, why did you not reach out to the Kowalskis to ask them for their consent to move Maya into video monitoring?
Same objection, calling for legal conclusion.
Overruled. You can answer that one.
Because the use of video monitoring is covered in our general consent to treat, so it is not something that we request separate authorization or consent for. In addition, in this specific circumstance, alerting them to the possibility of video monitoring prospectively or proactively prior to it being done could have potentially compromised the diagnostic value of the study.
Let me ask you about during this time, in your honor, I may lead a little bit here. During this time, you were aware that Dr. Sally Smith was conducting a forensic investigation. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. Was Dr. Sally Smith aware, let me ask this, are you aware of whether Dr. Sally Smith also wanted to have video surveillance?
Objection calls for speculation. In chapter 39.
So they're going to approach here. I think the hospital with this witness may have possibly gotten out of their liability as regarding the confinement, the illegal confinement portion for the EEG time period. Was that one of the charges that's still in, or had the judge ruled that out already? But this is the testimony they needed. And also with this testimony that the cameras were used for medical purposes, it does counter what other people have said, but that might get them out of the get them out of paying for this portion. We'll see. They're still on the hook for quite a bit, but we'll just see how this plays out with the jury. But that was good work by Mr. Shapiro to get that. First, he had a leading question to tell her what to say, and then he asked the proper question the judge allowed in, so she was able to testify about the admittance document that had been signed that gave them authority to use cameras. Yeah. See, I missed a couple of questions I was going to try to jump back to, and I can't see them right now.
Thank you. Were you during this time, and when I say during this time, let me set the stage. October 18th, 2016, were you texting with Dr. Sally Smith?
Yes.
Why?
I am obligated by law to cooperate.
Objection. This is going right into it.
Hold on a second. Mr. Whitney was very prompt with that. The judge had ruled with Mr. Shapiro that he could go where he wanted to go, but the answer is bringing in the part that they weren't supposed to bring in. Let's see. Why are we not seeing video? They're just clips the defense showed earlier. Linda, that was actually a point of contention because the plaintiff had requested all video, and the hospital says they didn't have any. They just saved these clips. They took very, very brief clips out of that room, and that was it. And the rest of the video from that room is gone. Just like the security camera video from the hallways, that also was not saved. Just a Red Girl says, 35 years in healthcare management. Read your consent, folks. You can cross out any paragraph and write next to it with direct consent at the time only and initial that or cross out. There you go. Thank you for the pro tip from the inside, Just a Red Girl. Appreciate the super chat as well.
Ask a different question.
Sure. Can you put up exhibit and evidence? I think it's exhibit 2116. Showing you some text messages that you had between you and Dr. Sally Smith. Why were you texting with her?
I just wanted to let Dr. Smith know that I was taking over as the attending that day and to just reach out and ensure that there was nothing that I needed to do to help cooperate with her investigation, as I'm obligated to do.
Was Dr. Sally Smith a part of the treatment team at All Children's?
No.
In the text message, the jury may have a question about you using Maya Kowalski's full name.
Correct.
Okay. Should you have used that identifier over text?
In retrospect, probably not. It probably would have been more appropriate to use initials rather than her first and last name.
But to be clear, the order that you had your resident place for EEG monitoring, that was your decision, irrespective of what Dr. Sally Smith may or may not have wanted. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you about Joint Exhibit 1001-421. It looks like the next time you saw Maya, you were caring for her on October 19th?
Yes.
And just briefly, how does this work as a hospitalist? Do you generally care for a patient for like a week and then rotate off?
It depends. During this time, we were more in a where we would do 5 to 7 days in a row, but we don't have a predictable like week on, week off model. It's shift work. When we are on the teaching service, we do prefer to try to have as much continuity as possible, obviously mainly for the patient's sake so that they have a consistent face for several days in a row, but also from a teaching perspective so we can help evaluate the residents and their performance.
Okay. Under the interval history, what does it say?
That there were no acute events again overnight and that she had been transferred to room 709 for monitoring.
Let me stop you there. Sure. Well, go ahead. You can finish. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Just that she continued to have pain all over and reported that she was able to sleep a little more overnight and that her oral intake appeared to be slowly improving.
Okay. Let me show to you and publish what's been received into evidence as video, which is Defense Exhibit 3085-1. 3085-1. What is this, doctor?
That appears to be Maya and one of our nurses performing hands-on care.
And is this from the monitoring room?
Yes, presumably that would be from the monitoring room.
And this was
I don't see like a date stamp or anything, but...
Okay. Well, I'll represent to you that this was some footage from the surveillance. And if you can play that one more time, if you don't mind, just so you can watch. And what's the nurse doing here?
Applying a blood pressure cuff to be able to take blood pressure.
Let me show you what has been received into evidence as 3085-2. I'll represent to you. This is also from the monitoring room. What's the nurse doing here?
Looks like she's brushing her hair.
Let me show you what's been
that audio is so much better than the first time they played it. She said, Maya, are you having a good day?
And is that also from the monitoring room?
Yes.
And let me show you what's happening in this video.
Looks like she's got a phone up to her left ear and then is painting or drawing, presumably. It's a little grainy, with her right hand.
And let me show you what's been marked into evidence as 3085-4. What's the nurse doing here?
It looks like she's helping Maya transfer to a bedside commode.
Well, why is the bedside commode placed there versus right next to the bed?
Well, there has to be a space in between the bed and the bedside commode, because otherwise you can't, like, just think about it, you can't kind of get into it. So you have to be able to get your legs off of the bed, stand up, pivot, turn around, and then sit down. So we try to place it so that there's enough room not only for the patient to maneuver, but because she was needing help, there's got to be enough room for the nurse to maneuver with them. Obviously, we don't want to put it too far away where it's unsafe and they have to take multiple steps if it's a patient, for example, that has a fall risk or a weakness. But that's why there has to be at least a little margin of room for them to maneuver around and get her safely to the bedside commode.
So let's go back to 1001-0421. And it would be your progress note from after Maya had spent the night in the monitoring room.
Okay.
when you say no acute events overnight, how do you arrive at that information?
We gather that from the review of the nursing notes and documentation from the nurses, from review of the vital sign, and just the medical chart in general.
So based on your review of the chart, your review of the nursing notes, and speaking to the nurses, was anything reported to you or anything that you saw where Maya had any events at all overnight in the EEG monitor?
No, sir.
Let me ask you about the last page of that note, which is at 0425. Under the attending physician note, if you can pull that out. Take a moment and read it to yourself, and then I'll have a question for you, doctor.
This is Mr. Shapiro questioning the witness. I think Mr. Whitney is going to cross.
Okay.
So if you could explain to the jury, there's a part that starts where it says resident with the following comments, colon. Is this your observations or the residents, or how does that work?
So correct. So after that highlighted portion, after that second colon where it starts with saw Maya, that's my attestation. Those are my additional comments.
Okay. And what was significant to you?
As we previously discussed, when asked to move her legs, Maya would tell us that she could not, and that she did not have voluntary motor function of her lower extremities. But when I saw her on the unit that day, the way that she was being pushed in a wheelchair, the footrests were not down. So someone that has no ability to control their legs would need to have their feet placed on those footrests to prevent them from dragging under the chair and potentially being injured. But Maya was able to hold her legs up and not only keep them held up, but cross them. And again, Maya's complaints were that she had severe pain all over her body and could not even tolerate certain portions of our physical exam, like auscultation with a stethoscope. But as you've even seen in the other videos, she would have clothes on, she had stuffies all around her, she would be playing and touching things, and those things would not cause her pain, only when we would try to examine her. So the fact that she could not only cross her legs without pain and keep them voluntarily lifted to prevent herself from being injured indicated to me that she did have some degree of awareness and ability to control her legs, more so than she was telling us when we would ask her to perform certain tasks.
Let me ask you about the next time you saw Maya, which would be the next day on October 20th, which is at Joint Exhibit 1001-0417. And again, you would have been rounding or seeing Maya, I say rounding, but seeing Maya with your resident, and who is your resident at this time?
Still Dr. Del Santo.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about the first part of your note. Why did you document about Maya's eating?
Maya had concerns for some chronic malnutrition and for weight gain, abdominal pain, esophageal candidiasis, and so it was important for us to monitor her nutritional status and to monitor her weight while she was in the hospital. So it was just important to comment that she was eating and not experiencing any active pain as she was eating in front of me.
What is esophageal candidiasis?
So the esophagus is the muscular tube that connects your mouth down to your stomach. And she had Candida is a type of yeast infection of that was seen when she underwent an upper endoscopy.
Let me ask you about your next note, which is at 0412. The last one was October 20th. This one's at October 21st. And it's just the way this prints, where we'll flip pages. But again, at the bottom, it shows your progress note. Is that right, with Dr. Del Santo?
Correct.
Let's go to the next page of 0413. Under the interval history, how is Maya doing overnight?
Again, no acute events. Her weight was noted. She was again complaining of pain all over. However, her mood was noted to be improved. She was asking the resident if the table could be moved closer to her bed so that she could eat. and she was tolerating oral intake, meaning she wasn't having vomiting or complaints of abdominal pain, but declining Pediasure, which is a nutritional supplement that our pediatric dietitian had recommended to help with her chronic malnutrition.
Let's go to the next day's note at 0409. Again, did you have a chance to evaluate Maya the next day on October 22nd?
Yes.
And what was your interval history?
Again, that there were no acute events. Is this the same one? Oh, so that she had been tolerating more oral intake and finding foods that she liked. Again, complaining of pain all over and still refusing the Pediasure supplements.
Okay. And then your last note for the week is October 23rd. That's at 0405. And what was your interval history that day?
No acute events. Again, noting the weight, continued to refuse any nutritional supplementation, saying she doesn't like them. Reports that she was hurting a lot, but had no fever, chills, or vomiting documented.
The next note you have is at 0373, which is a little over a week later on Halloween, so we can go to that one. And who are you now rounding with? It's at the bottom.
The resident during that time was Dr. Chow Song.
If you take a look at your addendum for a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach? Sure. Take that down for a sec.
There's an objection on whatever's shown on the screen. It might be something that's not admitted yet into evidence. And if so, that's a good catch by Mr. Whitney. That's why he says take it down. He doesn't want the jurors to see it any longer than they should. Mr. Spiro shrugs. Judge says, let me see it. There's Jules. Jules in the courtroom in white, sitting directly behind, well, not directly behind, but 2 rows back. She's got the purple shirt with a white cardigan over it. She's our eyes in the courtroom. That's who called in earlier today. We might hear from her this afternoon when she leaves. She sometimes leaves a few minutes before court ends. So she calls in while we're still listening to court. She provides some great information both to us and to Rob at Law and Lumber. So thank you. There's Jules' TikTok. Yes, please give her a follow if you're on that platform. We appreciate her help.
If I may approach her. Doctor, I'm going to show you.
Can I see it? Ethan, can I see that?
Yeah, sure.
Ethan.
You won't be able to read my handwriting.
Ethan, can I see that?
Go ahead and take a read through your addendum and let me know what you've done.
For the 31st or for the 1st, because they're both?
For the 31st at the bottom of the page.
Yes, sir. No problem.
I didn't hear another one. Did I miss one?
Okay.
You can hold on to that. I actually have another copy. Well, my question to you is, on the October 31st when you came back on, was it your recommendation to remove the port?
Yes.
And why?
Based on my review of Maya's case, including her physical exam, her presenting complaints, her medical record, both internally and externally, that I had access to, I did not believe that there was an indication for her to have the port. The decision to have a port has to be made based on indications for long-term therapy requiring frequent accessing, frequent IV pokes, frequent treatment, and often is reserved. So, for example, patients undergoing chemotherapy, requiring a lot of intensive treatments. In some cases, we may have patients that have central venous access because they've been through so many procedures that they just don't have any good IV sites left. At the time that we were treating Maya and that I was treating Maya, there was no indication for any IV therapy, and there was no plans for any ongoing IV therapy based on the recommendations from our team. So when we're making medical decisions about what is in the patient's best interest, we have to obviously, like anything, weigh risks and benefits. And I really was concerned that the potential risks to Maya, already having seen that she had had that infiltration in that red area prior, the risk of infection, the risk of clotting, which both independently could lead to death, concerned me, that I felt that it was important that I advocate and recommend that the port be removed, because I really thought that the risks were much more than any potential benefit to Maya.
Let me ask you, thank you for that, and I'll come and take the note. So let me ask you about the next time that you saw Maya, which was November 1st, and that's at Joint Exhibit 1001-0369. And at the bottom, what was the interval history?
That the patient was seen earlier in the morning in bed and no acute distress, continued to refuse supplements, and still complained of pain all over, but was seen playing with her stuffed animals.
Okay. Let me take you to the near the end of your note at 0373. And then, yes, that. If you could expand it down to the second paragraph as well, only the first two, where it ends with her signature. Okay. Take a moment and read it to yourself, then I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Got a sneeze and a cough there simultaneously, I think from the same person. I'll say, to me, this witness seems very credible. This is a good witness for the defense. She has documented notes that justify actions that they took, specific actions that have been called into question by the plaintiff.
Did you have a chance to have a conversation with Mrs. Kowalski about port removal?
I did, via phone.
And did you recommend to Mrs. Kowalski that the port be removed?
I did.
During that conversation, did Mrs. Kowalski ask you about medications?
Yes.
There's reference in here to pure compounded dextromethorphan. What is that?
My familiarity with dextromethorphan is that it is a cough suppressant.
Okay. And was that indicated to you based on your evaluation of Maya at that time?
No.
And then the next drug that Mrs. Kowalski asked you about was naltrexone, is that right?
Correct.
And what is that drug for?
Naltrexone can be used, for example, in alcoholic patients to help reduce craving, patients that have been addicted or dependent upon opioids to reduce cravings. We have patients sometimes who, if they have like picking or self-injurious behavior, it can be used to try to help curb that drive to want to injure themselves and pick at wounds and injuries. So I did not believe that there was an indication for that treatment ongoing.
And the next drug is Namenda. What is that drug?
My familiarity with Namenda is that it's like an Alzheimer's type drug, or we use it for arousal or awareness or alertness in patients that may have had traumatic brain injuries.
And was that, in your opinion, as the treating physician, medically indicated for Maya?
No.
And the last drug is Nudexa. What is that drug?
I don't even have professional familiarity with Nuedexta. I looked it up at the time, I'm sure, because I did not have familiarity with it, but I don't remember at this current moment what that research entailed.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question I'd just like to approach real quick.
Sure.
Let's see how close you can get to this line. We can't hear this question, but if the judge allows him to continue, then it's sort of the judge said, yes, you can go there. And if he just basically wraps up and thanks her for her time, then the judge says he couldn't. So we'll watch here. They're still talking on Zoom. So it's a bit of a lengthy discussion. On Zoom, the discussion's still ongoing. I think we're going to have Whitney cross, first of all. And he can be very direct and very quick as well. I've seen him, and I love how fast he thinks on his feet too. He's phenomenal there. So I'd like to actually see him do a quick and effective cross of this witness, considering the plaintiff has burned, by my estimation, at least 45 minutes today in crossing witnesses. And that's not considering all the time that's going to be allocated to them from 50% of the jury questions. So I think this is definitely over 1 hour today. Looks like they're done on Zoom. And Mr. Shapiro is gathering his papers. Probably has one more question here. Nope. I think he's done. Okay. So it looks like the judge probably ruled out that question unless it comes in with a quick answer here. But here we go.
Not at this time, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, members of the jury, 5 minutes. Not my statement to my wife, 5 minutes. Actual 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Who was executed?
None yet.
All right, we have cross coming up next with Mr. Whitney. The judge is still standing. I think he actually does want a break. Let's see if there's anything they need to go into first. Correll's is up talking, it looks like. Judge's not left yet, so we might have a little bit. Oh, they're going to break.
Jury's out of our presence. We need to address before we take 4.5 minutes.
No, Dr. Dees, you are free to get up and use the bathroom. We cannot discuss your testimony, but if you want to get up, stretch.
Okay, thank you.
Just make sure you're back in 4 minutes.
Do I leave my belongings here?
There's enough technically you can leave it here.
Okay.
The deputies will guard your stuff. So we get a 4.5 minute break. Brianna Blair says, I'm here because of Rob. I'm very happy, new subscriber. Thank you very much, both to you, Brianna, and Rob. We have many people like you who have come over from Rob's channel, as well as attorney Melanie Little. Appreciate all of them coming and joining us today. Thank you. It's there's room for everybody on YouTube. There's enough room, and it's fun where we can find areas of interest that cross over a little bit. All right, 5 minutes. Yes, I put up 5 minutes. That's sometimes the judge tells the jury 5 minutes and ends up to being 15, and that's usually because they have some paperwork stuff they have to work out. I will say that today the defense has had two good witnesses, and they're not perfect witnesses, but two good witnesses. This witness, particularly Dr. Dees, when her behavior on cross-examination is going to be very important. We've seen how she answers here under direct. If she becomes hostile and standoffish and sort of argumentative in areas where she doesn't need to be, that would probably go a long way for the jury to form an opinion about where she stands and maybe make some decisions based on that. But if she's able to maintain the same sort of demeanor that she's had about her, it's professional, it's formal. I think she's been a very good witness so far, and she's had some great evidence that really does help out the defense. I mean that her testimony that she was the one that said this is why we're doing the EEG, and it has nothing to do with the social worker, and so this is for medical reasons. That's huge. Because if this was a reasonable medical treatment they were trying to do, or this was to further their medical treatment of Maya, and not just like this is a gotcha, we're going to catch her mom in a lie, then that's sort of like one more thing that the defense can cross off their list that they're going to get hit with. Golden Hermit says, just because your super chats look awesome. I have a lot of work to do in my super chats. I need, specifically the super chats, need to have a black box behind them, and right now the letters come in transparent. I can work on it during the break if you guys want, and see if I can get it fixed. I think it has to do with my key. Let's see, the clip or the gain. Let's see here. Let's see, is it clip? I don't know what I just changed, but something's broken now. So, oh, that was DSK1. I was on the wrong thing. Upstream key number 4. You guys will work on this together. Just one second. Here we go. There's that black box. I don't want the box to be there all the time, because then it's just too dark. Then I have to turn it on and off every time we use it. But there, that's all I can do. Golden Hermit, I'll work on that. We'll find a solution to make this work. Charlotte says, question, in relevance of MBP, if the continuing harm to Maya is due to medical child abuse by Beata, why is medical CA not relevant to damages? Charlotte, you're going to make me go back and look at my notes. And by my notes, I mean my wife's notes. Which I think she has with her. So I'm missing the notes. I'll have to look into that, Charlotte. Munchausen's by proxy. If the continuing harm to Maya is due to medical CA by Beata, why is medical CA not relevant to the damages? If the medical CA you're talking about was caused by MBP, then the hospital's not liable for that. That's their allegation is that harm, that CA harm, was caused by Maya.
Questions directed at
Dr. D is just walking in. Do you want her inside or outside?
Outside, preferably.
Dr. D, if you could wait outside, please. And Dr. Dees is out of our presence.
There were several questions directed at the consent form and consent for the treatment, the alleged treatment in the EEG room and the port. I'd like to ask the witness a question about her awareness of the parents retaining medical decision-making power during Maya's time in the hospital.
I object for the same reasons of the draft. I mean, it's going to ask her for a legal conclusion on this.
And I would say, Mr. Whitney, in the draft that we're going to be talking about as soon as the jury goes home, there's a provision in there that we leave in a statement saying that the parents retain their medical rights.
Understood.
All medical rights.
Understood. I won't ask the question.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Are you ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you want me to get the witness?
Oh, yeah, let's get the witness back. Always a prerequisite for having a jury trial. A witness.
I don't know.
Take turns.
You're volunteering to be on the stand?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get the witness and the jury back. I did find the notes. Let me see if we can find this here. So, intentional. This would be a medical malpractice. All right. Let me ask this question again, Charlotte. What charge are you talking about here? The relevance of MBP. I don't think relating to the relevance of MBP, it's not relevant to almost anything except for possibly count 21.
Is that all correct? Right. Did anyone approach you about the case in the 5 minutes we were gone? No. And did you see any media coverage in the last 5 minutes? Mr. Whitney, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, Dr. Deese.
Good afternoon.
You were previously deposed in this case. Do you recall that?
I do.
You do not have any expertise in complex regional pain syndrome, do you?
I am not like a registered expert, no, sir.
Yet you testified that under your assessment, you believed, your words, at the end, that Maya did not have CRPS. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you arrive at that determination?
I couldn't give you an exact date, I'm sorry.
Can't tell us which date?
There's no date that I decided that she did not have the diagnosis. I can say that by the end of the time I took care of her, that was my impression, yes.
So your last interaction with her, if I was following, was November 1st or 2nd?
I believe it was more like the 7th, I think.
All right, about the 7th of November, that'd be the end of your time with her, right?
Correct.
So by that point, you'd reached an opinion that Maya did not have complex regional pain syndrome.
Correct.
As part of the treatment team. You were part of the treatment team.
I was part of the treatment team.
All right,
correct.
so the jury should be looking for bills for CRPS after November 7th, correct?
I don't understand your question, I'm sorry.
Now, you understand that complex regional pain syndrome is not equivalent to paralysis, right?
Correct.
So the fact that Maya could move her legs does not indicate she did not have complex regional pain syndrome.
That in and of itself, no. However, there were other factors that I took into consideration.
You also understand that crossing your legs, a child crossing their legs, is the most comfortable, the most comfortable position for a child with CRPS. Were you aware of that?
I am not aware of that being a medical standard of comfort.
You've never talked to any physical therapists about that being a common position for CRPS children?
I have never been told by a physical therapist that is the most comfortable position for specifically a patient with CRPS.
All right. The 48-hour video that Maya did not consent to, that was for treatment, right?
It was more for diagnostic purposes.
All right. Where in the medical record are any notes concerning interpretation, follow-up, a report about what you learned during those 48 hours?
It was part of my overall assessment that was part of the factors that were taken into consideration.
Nowhere in your notes do you have any findings or interpretation of what occurred inside that room in 48 hours, do you?
There was notes made while she was in the room, yes, and observations that were made and documented, yes, while she was in the room.
Let's pull up Exhibit 211. The text messages 2116, please. And if you'd focus on the fourth text message there, if you blow that up for me. Just pull out the fourth text message and enlarge it, please. This is your text on October 19th to Dr. Sally Smith, right?
Yes.
It says staff has been making notes while watching her remotely, right?
Correct.
Why aren't the staff notes in the medical record?
I can't answer that.
We've never seen them. Have you?
No.
But this was for treatment.
No, it's for diagnosis.
Diagnosis as part of the care and treatment for Maya Kowalski while she's inside of Johns Hopkins Hospital.
Correct.
All right. And you're exchanging here text messages with Dr. Sally Smith about diagnosis for the purposes of care and treatment while Maya Kowalski's in the hospital, right?
Correct.
But your position is Sally Smith is not part of the treatment team.
Dr. Smith is not part of the treatment team.
All right. If you would please...
Yeah, Your Honor, I need to approach.
All right. While they're talking, apparently one of our OGs just texted me. I didn't realize. I think today is my year mark on YouTube. That since I've been live streaming, the channel's been around for longer than that. But since I started live streaming on YouTube, this is my year mark. And so I guess I was singing "Happy Birthday" to myself as well this morning. So that's just awesome. Thanks for being here to celebrate with me. I appreciate all of you. Let's see. Shapiro's not happy. He's not. He doesn't like where this is going, and Whitney is very, very effective at this. I mean, I like Mr. Anderson crossing. He can. That's where he shines. But Whitney also is just a stellar attorney in cross. He's bringing out some great points. The fact that my wife's proud of me. Yay! Thank you, Cielo. Thank you very much for the kind words. I want to see where this goes. First of all, I know Mr. Whitney does not want to burn time on this witness. Okay, this is not where they want to spend all their time. But I think they have some ground they can gain here if he can be effective with his time use. And his rapid fire, as Mr. Our good friend Matthew Harris Law said in chat. If I can go back to his comment here, let's see. This rapid fire, asking questions this fast inhibits the witness's ability to fabricate testimony and consider the ramifications of simply agreeing to the leading question. So this is a tactic that's being used very effectively by Mr. Whitney. So we're excited about that. It's always great to have Matthew Harris Law. All of our lawyer friends who show up in chat. I realize they work real jobs and are super busy, and so when they can be here with us, it's awesome. So Matthew, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Tisha S., thank you very much for the super chat as well. Peter Steele, been here since Brooks. Congratulations on 1 year. Yeah, Daryl Brooks was where we started. Thank you, Anna. Thanks for all the kind remarks there. Let's go back to watching the case, though. This is what we're here for. Thanks, Vicki. Appreciate that.
You may proceed.
If we're going to come back to these, but if you could please publish 2277-0068. Dr. Deese, I'll represent to you, this is a note from the risk management file.
Objection Foundation.
Take a moment to review it.
Congrats on the milestone. I'm grateful for your awesome coverage of many trials, chases, and manhunts. Thank you, Amber C. Sorry it can't be read very well.
Recognize your name on that note?
I do.
And who's the other physician there listed with you?
Dr. Smith.
And below Drs. Deese and Sally Smith, it says, okay from risk. Is risk management at Johns Hopkins Hospital often making the diagnostic and treatment decisions for the patients?
No.
No?
No.
But you still maintain this is for care and treatment, this EEG video?
Yes.
What does it say there in the diagonal writing at the bottom right? Can you read that?
I have, don't know, no, was there, 709.
Let me try. Able to
yeah,
do.
I'm sorry, I've never seen this before, and it's not my handwriting, so I have no clue what that says.
There it is. Able to do when no one was there. Well,
Objection
you see that?
Foundation.
Sorry?
Objection Foundation speculation.
Overruled. You can continue.
709 was the room you put her in, right?
That was the room she was placed in, correct.
And this note here is consistent with your rationale, right? You were trying to see what Maya could do when no one was there.
I don't understand your statement. Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. You testified earlier that you were looking for inconsistencies and movements and things that Maya said she couldn't do, but she could do, and the thought was if you put her in a room without telling her, you'd be able to see things she does when no one was there, right?
That is correct.
All right. You can zoom out for a second, please. And then October 18th and 20th, the third line down, it says, on the right side there, I don't know if you can read that, it says, to see if she can walk on her own.
Okay.
Consistent with the rationale you had for putting her in this room for 48 hours, right?
Presumably, if that's what that says, my reason for placing her in the room was not specifically to see if she could walk on her own. It was to see if she could perform any spontaneous movement of her lower extremities.
You thought, putting her in a room under video surveillance, that you would catch her doing something not knowing the hospital's watching. True?
Could you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
You thought that by putting this 10-year-old girl in this room under video surveillance, you would catch her doing something that she said she couldn't do, but she wasn't aware she was doing while the hospital was watching her?
My intent when putting her in the room was to assess what she was able to do when no one was watching her. It wasn't in an intent to trick her or to catch her doing something. It was to assess what her functional abilities were when she wasn't directly being asked to perform by a member of the medical team.
And yet, in all the notes we looked at, there's no assessment following this 48-hour video, is there?
It is included in my total assessment, yes.
By saying no acute events overnight, that's it?
No, it is in my entire assessment of the patient. It is all part of incorporated in there.
Let's go back to the text messages for a second. Again, that's 2116. Let's look at the second page, text 15. If you'll pull out text 15 and enlarge it for me, please. Here is Dr. Sally Smith to you on October 21st, right?
Okay.
And it says, probably already in progress, but get her off as many, there's a typo. Would you agree with me that meds was what is intended? As many meds as possible.
My interpretation, I agree with you that it was probably a typo, and that is probably what she was saying is meds, not mess.
All right. Removing medications from a patient. You'd agree with me that that's a treatment and care decision.
Correct.
Sally Smith's involved in this decision, is she not?
No.
She's not. She's texting you about it, but she's not involved.
She may have recommendations or suggestions, but ultimately the decision as to would be mine as the attending provider.
So you maintain, despite going back and forth with Dr. Smith on medications, that she was not part of the treatment team?
Well, as this text indicated, she suspected that we were already in the progress of doing it anyway, so she's just offering her opinion. She's not telling me what to do.
And you removed those medications too, didn't you?
The medications that were adjusted during my time as her attending physician were part of a discussion with the overall treatment plan and experts such as Dr. Hart, who is one of our consultants, our pain team, etc.
The answer is you removed her from medications during this time, right?
The answer is I would have to review the MAR specifically to know what medications were adjusted or at least refer to my notes.
All right, let's go to the next text message. 16, would you blow that up for me? It says, yep, last med coming off today. Does that rest your recollection?
Yes.
You did remove medications during this time?
We did adjust medications during her hospitalization, yes.
All right, if we could put up 1001-0426 again. And I just note here, these text messages about medications were on the 21st of October.
Okay.
All right. No, 0426, please. Top line, Maya reported she's having pain all over.
Correct.
And this looks like October 18th. Let's go to 0421, please. About 3/4 of the way down, Maya continues to have pain all over. You see that?
I do.
And this note is from, if you could zoom out for a second, October 19th. If you could go to 0413, please. Complaining of pain all over, about 1/3 of the way down. You see that?
I do.
And this date, if we see it here, October 21st, the same day of your text message, right?
Okay.
So you're moving from medications and she's telling you she has pain all over, right?
Yes.
All right. 0409, please. 22nd, next day, complains of pain all over. You'd agree?
Yes.
All right. 0405. She is hurting a lot. See that?
I do.
The 23rd?
I do.
All right. 0369. You picked her back up in the first week of November, right, as a hospitalist?
Correct.
And here, what'd she say? Complains of pain all over?
Yes.
Can we please put up 2045-024?
He can fly through evidence. This is
2005-024. You recognize the patient bill of rights for the hospital?
I do.
Would you please take a look at number 19 there? It's at the top right.
Yes.
Maya had the right to have her pain managed, did she not?
She did.
And she told you on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different occasions as you were moving from medications that she had pain all over, did she not?
She did.
Who's Dr. Major?
One of my colleagues, one of the hospitalists.
She's a hospitalist on service with you, right?
She was.
And she was at the time of Maya's admission in 2016?
I don't know when she took care of her in the course of Maya's hospitalization, but I do know that she took care of her during Maya's stay at some point in time, yes.
You worked with her,
yes.
And you traded off as hospitalists on rotation during Maya's admission to Johns Hopkins Hospital.
And she was involved at some point in time, yes.
All right. Well, if we could put up 1002-006, which I'll represent to you as Maya's discharge note. And if you would please pull out the bottom paragraph there.
Here comes an objection.
And
Mr.
the
Hunter's
third
got his
line
head
down,
in
if
his
you
hands
highlight it
again.
for me. What does this say about Sally Smith as part of the treatment team?
Patient approach.
Dr. Sally Smith, we're heavily involved in the treatment plan. This is painful. This is painful. It is. I will say it would never be fun to be sitting in that chair and be receiving the grilling and the whooping that's going on. It is the step by step leading to this testimony that there's no way out of. There's an inevitable conclusion that you know is coming, and I think she knew, and I think the attorneys knew and hoped it wouldn't happen. Mr. Hunter is like this on his desk. He's got a migraine. I can see it from here. Here, and it's not done. It's not done. Mr. Whitney's back up. The witness glances over to the defense table and goes back to looking down.
You can put it back up, please. Just focus on that line again. So Dr. Major wrote that Sally Smith was heavily involved in her care, did she not?
That is what is documented, correct.
Should the jury disregard Dr. Major's testimony if they hear from her going forward?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
On those two, I'm going to overrule
this one. Argumentative.
Sustained.
The judge was helping Shapiro out. Like on those two.
You can take that down, please.
He missed the right objection, but the judge helped him.
Good. All right. No further questions this time.
That was very effective. It used a few minutes of time, but it completely impeached this witness. It puts the defense back in a corner.
I'm sorry?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
So it's Mr. Shapiro's turn?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. Why are you reducing medications for Maya? Pain medications.
It's a great question. As we discussed previously, there were a lot of inconsistencies with Maya's reports of her symptoms, with what she said she could and couldn't do versus what we would objectively observe. When you think of someone that is experiencing 10 out of 10 pain, all over pain, it would be exceptionally uncommon for not only days but weeks in a row to have that sustained level of pain to where you are simultaneously calm, smiling, playful. So although I absolutely agree and I'm very passionate about ensuring that our patients have their pain well controlled, we have to have an indication to treat them and their pain. So we don't use, morphine or ketamine or Dilaudid, these big, strong narcotic pain medications, for example, for a scrape, right? We have to assess the patient's reported level of pain against the objective information as to why they would be in that type of pain, and then select pain medication that would therefore treat that type of pain. So because we did not feel as a medical team that Maya's condition was consistent with CRPS, there was not an indication to continue to escalate her pain, especially when she was not observed, at least I can only speak from my own personal experience, having any type of outward demonstration that she was actually in significant pain. I've treated, I don't know an exact number, but thousands of patients over my career, and when we're...
Let me redirect on this. The decision to start and stop pain medicine,
yes,
was that made by you?
That was made in collaboration with our pain specialists and physiatrists, yes.
The pain specialists and physiatrists, those are the all children's employed pain specialists?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In going through the chart, have you seen a single order from Dr. Sally Smith in that chart?
No.
So if the jury goes to the medical record of all children, they're not going to see Sally Smith's ordering anything for this patient, is that right?
I obviously would have to review them all personally, but I am not aware of her entering any orders directly in this case.
Why are you communicating with Dr. Sally Smith?
So Dr. Smith is the only child abuse expert and is the medical director of the child protection team in Pinellas County. She is our expert. She is the only one. I would be committing malpractice if I did not communicate with her as a specialist, in addition to me being legally obligated to cooperate with her and communicate with her on this case.
So let me ask you about that. Is it your understanding that you have a legal obligation to talk with Dr. Sally Smith if she requests her input?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
She can answer that question.
100%.
Okay. A couple other questions. You were asked about whether the EEG, the surveillance room, gave you any information. Was it significant to you to look at the video and see whether Maya could tolerate a blood pressure cuff?
That was... I can answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So those accounts were passed on to me, yes, that there were things like, for example, her being able to tolerate blood pressure readings, her being able to tolerate transfers, her being able to tolerate playing, touch with play, moving her legs, all of those in totality were all considered as part of our overall evaluation and treatment of Maya.
Why isn't Maya's name on the door?
You mean like in terms of a placard under the room
on
number?
the outside of the door.
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I can speculate that sometimes when our patients are sheltered by the state, that we have different practices with respect to labeling their names, but I'm not 100% sure if that was why in Maya's case her name wasn't there.
Why do patients move rooms?
For a variety of reasons. Obviously, in this reason, we needed that specific room because of its capabilities. Patient also will transfer rooms. For example, if they're having a change in service, they're moving to they need to go to the ICU, they're transferring from the ICU to the floor. There may be, even within units, like for example, our different ICUs, different rooms may have different capabilities. We may move patients for different type of isolation purposes. Some rooms are equipped with reverse isolation, for example, in a patient with suspected tuberculosis. We do them at certain intervals during prolonged hospitalizations just to provide an in-depth cleaning of that room, because if we have patients that have been in the hospital for weeks, we have certain protocols.
Do you move patients so you can do a deep cleaning of the room?
Yes, that's what I was just explaining when I was cut off.
Lastly, do you remember an incident towards the end of your care, on or around November 5th, where you were able to observe Maya using her legs in a certain way?
I do.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. So I was conducting my rounds that day on my own without my resident team, and the door was kind of propped open a little bit, and so I was approaching her door to come in and say hi. She was seated in her wheelchair kind of at the foot of the bed. There was a child outside in the hallway that kind of started to run towards her room, so instinctively I kind of grabbed the door quickly to try to close and prevent that child from running into the room. And in the moment, Maya was obviously interested in the kind of the quickness, presumably, of what was happening and me shutting the door, and heard the commotion outside and propelled her legs several paces to propel her wheelchair forward so she could look and see outside and see what was happening.
And was that one of the instances where you were able to observe Maya being able to physically do things that she told you she could not?
Yes, sir.
She saw this through the closed door? She pulled the door closed?
I appreciate your time. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Thank you, sir.
I have a few more. So Maya wanted to see another kid at the hospital?
Presumably, she was trying to figure out what the commotion was, yes.
Were you aware during this time that her social contact with her children had been cut off by Kathy Beatty?
Objection, foundation speculation.
I was never under the impression at any point in time that Maya had social contact with other people cut off by Kathy Beatty.
But to be clear, her offense was wheeling her wheelchair to try to interact with another child, right?
She's like, where's the objection? Where's the objection?
No, okay, sorry. I never said that there was an offense. What my observation that I shared is that Maya reported she could not voluntarily move her legs, and that because of that event, I was able to see her not only move her legs, but move them with a very defined and intentional purpose to propel her wheelchair forward.
And CRPS is not paralysis?
Correct.
All right.
They are not synonyms.
And
no.
then regarding Maya reporting pain to you day after day after day after day, you just didn't believe her, did you?
It's not a matter of not believing her, but I did not believe that the pain that she was reporting was in any way supported by objective evidence and was not consistent given how long she had been making those complaints over the days and days and days that she maintained absolutely no change.
Because you didn't see the pain, you ignored her complaints.
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
It didn't matter what Maya told you about pain, did it?
No, that's not true at all.
No further questions.
I just have one, Your Honor, if it may clarify. The insinuation that Maya was cut off, Maya was allowed to go to recreational therapy?
Absolutely.
Music therapy?
Yes.
And she was allowed to, not just allowed, but encouraged to interact with all the other children there, was she not?
Correct. Within the rules of, obviously, we have patients that are on isolation and we can't cross-contaminate certain things. But yes, she had volunteers. She frequently had people in her room playing with her. So yes, I am unaware at any point in time that Maya was restricted in any way from having what would be normal hospital policy protocol visitations, interactions with other patients and staff.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitney sits down, the jury stands up, and here we go. The doctor doesn't know what's coming yet. She's looking over at the defense table. I think her pupils are dilated from what I can see. Wow.
Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All right.
The jury is out of our presence. Dr. Dees, if I could have you go sit outside for a few minutes. Forgot to say that. Baby Bear, thank you for this huge super chat, by the way. You and Kim are incredible.
The jury is out of our presence. Dr. Dees, if I could have you go sit outside for a few minutes.
Dr. Dees is out of our presence. Let's go through this. There's a whole bunch. Red number 1. Did you testify that it was your idea to place Maya under video surveillance? 2. Why did you ask Dr. Smith how long she wanted to keep Maya on video? Was part of the text messages. 3. You also texted Dr. Smith asking her if she wanted to review camera footage from Maya's surveillance. Why? No objection, says both parties. Red number... Judge said, sorry. It doesn't have to be unanimous. Just one member of the team. Okay. Red number 2, says the judge. Who is on care team with you? Does CRPS pain change daily? No objection, says Shapiro. No objection, says Anderson. Red number 3. If Maya complains about having pain all over, how does Maya dress herself? No objection, says Shapiro. Judge says, just say it a little louder so I can hear you. Number 4. October 18th progress note. Why is pain, quote, all over, in quotes? Were you presupposed to doubting Maya? How many CRPS patients, pediatrics, had you treated before Maya? Number 3. How many CRPS PD patients have been treated at All Children's Hospital before Maya? A lot or a few? No objections from either side. Red number 5, and there's a whole bunch on this one. Would you be willing to admit that sometimes staff in high-stress service jobs develop family-like relationships, supportive of one another as the work is arduous and prolonged? Number 2, All Children's Hospital has had a number of long-term staff members and even some service members who seem, parentheses, to have deep roots in All Children's Hospital. How would you describe these relationships as, quote, almost familial, end quote? Did you observe Maya being denied religious ceremonies? Did you ever hear about Maya requesting religious ceremonies? Number 4, is it within normal expectations that most kids struggle to eat hospital food? Did Maya struggle to gain weight and consume desserts? Next, 5, what kind of oversight do the hospitalists have over Kathy Beatty's position, if any at all? As the coordinating hospitalist, does your work require you to interact with her? 6, is a child's overall treatment at the hospital have an effect over their recovery and length of treatment in your experience? 7, what floor did your work take place on? Who was the Kathy Beatty of that floor? Did these positions normally, quote, stick to a patient on multiple floors, end quote? Carell says, we're going to need to see that. And Judge says, well, you got it. Hey guys, no personal attacks, please. Shapiro says, we object to the statement of number 1. Will you be willing to admit that sometimes? As to the other questions, they're still looking at them. We object to number 2. Whitney says number 2 is asking about the familial relationships. I mean, they're exploring the relationships in the hospital with Sally Smith. That's fair. Carell says that's a statement. Shapiro says number 1 is supportive of one over prolonged. Everyone's talking at the same time. This is so bad. Share with other jurors, says Carell. Shapiro, yeah, it's also not relevant. The other one I object to, says Shapiro, number 7, the quote, Kathy Beatty, close quote, of that floor. If they want the second question, I object to number 7, says Shapiro. The judge says, so it's 1, 2, and 7 you object to? 7's clearly fine, says the judge, so I'm going to overrule as to number 7. Let me look at number 1 and 2, says the judge. One's fine, I'll overrule. Whitney says, our position, Your Honor, is that number 2, they're exploring the relationship between Sally Smith and the hospital, which both sides explored during our questions. Judge says, yeah, I'm overruling. I'll ask all. Red number 6, excuse me. Doctor, a simple question. When you switch a patient from room to room, you just move them and there's no explanation or reason given to the patient? Shapiro says, I'd probably get rid of the preamble But as the question, whatever. I have no objection. Judge says, yeah, I agree with taking out simple question. Judge, red number 7. Do the nurses or staff not use 8 belts for fall risk patients? I don't know what he said. How much training have you had in CRPS prior to treating Maya? We have heard testimony CRPS is a rare disease. You testify that you have treated many patients with CRPS. How many patients have you treated with CRPS prior to treating Maya? We have heard testimony. We've heard testimony staff at All Children's Hospital had nicknames for the plaintiff. What was your nickname for Maya? Do you think it is appropriate to call Maya Ketamine Girl? Shapiro says, I believe number 2, in the sake of its expediency, unless I'm wrong, asking about did the nurses. Number 1, Shapiro says I have no problem with. Number 2, though, for treating with CRPS, I thought somebody only asked this question. Mr. Whitney says, I agree, that's true. Mr. Shapiro says, number 3, how many patients prior to Maya? I think is repetitive. I don't object to it. It's just repetitive. Shapiro says, number 4, I object to the preamble. I don't have a problem if they want to ask. Judge says, so you're okay with number 1 about the gate belts, and number 2 you said as duplicative, and you're okay with that? So he says, so we'll strike 2. Whitney says, I think number 3 is phrased differently. Judge says, I'm okay with 3. It's asking a slightly different question. And then 4 has 2 questions within it, says Mr. Whitney. Shapiro says, it's a statement at the beginning. We have heard testimony. Whitney says, I don't think it's inappropriate to give context. And Judge says, well, I'm going to go ahead and ask that. I agree with Mr. Whitney. Red number 8, how often did you communicate with Kathy Beatty about Maya and her needs? How involved was risk management in Maya's care and treatment? Did they stay up to date with what was happening to her? Are you aware if upper management was aware of what was happening with Maya in your hospital? How long did Maya receive Haldol while at All Children's Hospital? Then on the other side, even though Dr. Sally Smith did not enter orders, she could made suggestions to the team. Could she not? No objections. Shapiro says he's worried this might open chapter 39, but no objections. Red number 9, says the judge. You testified you did not make mention to the patient or parents that Maya would be moved to a video observation room because initial hospital sign-up papers. It is already agreed to that the hospital can do as part of the hospital's treatment. Is that correct? So you move patient, okay. So when you move a patient from a room, let's say the x-ray room, do you let them know? Or because they already, quote, agreed to treatment, end quote, you wheel them around without explanation? 3, a power outlet in the room fails. You pack the patient's belongings up and wheel them to another room without explanation into a functional room to continue treatment as treatment agreed to upon sign-up. Is this how it's done? Isn't it in the patient's right something about making the patient feel comfortable and informed? I don't know. I don't have a copy, but does it cover video observation without prior knowledge? Shapiro says, I don't have a objection to 1 and 2. 3, I hate to echo my senior partner, but I do not understand what he's asking. The judge says, there's one question I didn't understand. Shapiro says, I object to number 3. Whitney says, yeah, we can throw out the power outlet question. Judge says, so 1 and 2 are okay? Whitney says, I don't think we should get rid of number 3 wholesale. It was just one long question. Judge says, no, I'm going to sustain number 3 is out. Red number 10. At the time you encountered Maya, how many years had you been a doctor? Number 2. In your time as a doctor, until the time you encountered Maya, how many patients had you examined and given the diagnosis of CRPS? Number 3. Please clarify. Judge says, well, that one is given the diagnosis to. I think that's a difference. Please clarify, requesting Maya be transferred to seizure monitoring room was not because Maya was having seizures. No objections on either side. Page 11, last page. Doctor, okay, Sally Smith texts you with what you say is just a suggestion about taking Maya off meds. I was trying to read here. I think it's supposed to be also stated, but there's no O on also. You also stated Dr. Smith is not part of the, quote, treatment team. Then this jury is shown a text, I believe, from you, Dr. Smith, responding something similar to, you are or have you your responsibility by virtue makes Dr. Smith, quote, a team player, end quote. This is not coming in. Is she or is she not part of the team for the treatment of Maya? No objections. The judge says, I think that word was supposed to be also. Carell says, I agree, that should be also. So Whitney says, I'm just wondering if there's a way to shorten this. No, the question, says Whitney. No objections. Judge says, step back. Let's bring in the jury. So here we go. That was, we're getting to hear most of these questions. So that's exciting. And when you hear the questions, you can tell if I did a good job or not. Oh, Amber says 351. Had a few objections there. Looks like we had, 5?
Mr. Altenburn, is Mr. Allegate going to be joining us somehow, or?
All rise, or is that correct?
This really is a once-in-a-lifetime jury. That's why there's no way that the plaintiff will ever actually move for a mistrial and mean it. They will never get something like this again.
Okay, everyone please be seated. Members of the jury, I just want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and did not receive any information. Is that correct? Correct. No one approached you? Correct. And didn't see anything about the case, correct? Correct. Okay, Dr. Dees was out of our presence, so this will be the first time she's hearing these. There's a number of questions. Did you testify that it was your idea to place Maya under video surveillance?
It was my decision, yes, to move forward with the video surveillance.
Why did you ask Dr. Smith how long she wanted to keep Maya on video?
Dr. Smith also had recommended video surveillance for her kind of, I guess, forensic or legal portion of it. And so I had reached out to RISC because I was unfamiliar with that portion of it. Certainly it made sense to me for us to both complete our portions of our investigations in a kind of coordinated and simultaneous way rather than like moving her back and forth. So that's why my portion, I felt that I had enough information to help me with my decision making, but just needed to ensure if she was also done or if she needed more time for the legal portion of it.
You also texted Dr. Smith asking her if she wanted to review camera footage from Maya's surveillance. Why?
Because she had requested the surveillance as part of her legal case and forensic case.
Who was on the care team with you?
So those would be internal providers at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. So everyone from myself, my consultants, my residents, our nurses, our physical therapy, occupational therapy, pain team, all of our internal providers that were part of her care team.
Does CRPS pain change daily?
Presumably it can, of course, yes.
If Maya complained about having pain all over, how does Maya dress herself?
That's a great question. I can't answer that on her behalf.
The October 18th progress note. Why is pain, quote, all over, end quote, in quotes?
So So when we're teaching our residents about involvement in cases that are, child abuse, medical child abuse, neglect, sexual abuse, things like that, where we understand that there's a high likelihood that there will be, court proceedings, legal things, we try to explain to them that it's important to not interpret a patient's symptoms and document their interpretation of the patient's symptoms, but to simply ask them the question and then put their response in quotes, because we want to make sure that we're not changing what the patient reports and that we're just factually gathering that information and then reporting it as they've stated it.
Were you presupposed to doubting Maya?
No.
How many CRPS patients, pediatric patients, had you treated before Maya?
I don't have an exact number. I would say it's hard to kind of extract the past 6 years of experience that have passed, or 6-7 years. I would say at least a handful at that time, if not 2 handfuls, but it's maybe 5 to 10. I'm not exactly sure, but more than just Maya, certainly.
How many CRPS pediatric patients have been treated at All Children's Hospital before Maya?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Next question. Would you be willing to admit that sometimes staff in high-stress service jobs develop family-like relationships, supportive of one another as the work is arduous and prolonged?
That is certainly a possibility, yes.
All Children's Hospital has had a number of long-term staff members and even ancillary service members who seem, parentheses, Sally Smith, in parentheses, to have, quote, deep roots, end quote, at All Children's Hospital. How would you describe these relationships as almost familial?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Is the question asking that there have been a lot of staff members that have had longevity at the hospital, and how do we interact with each other as a family? I'm sorry.
I think for follow-up, if the lawyers feel they need to, or if the jury feels they can follow up, they can, but I'm just reading it as it's...
Do you mind repeating it to see if...
Sure. All Children's Hospital has had a number of long-term staff members and even ancillary service members who seem, parentheses, Sally Smith, in parentheses, to have, quote, deep roots, end quote, at All Children's Hospital. Okay. How would you describe these relationships as almost familial? Or maybe it's, would you describe these relationships as almost familial?
I can only speak from my personal experience being a physician that not only trained as a medical student, I did a rotation at All Children's, then completed my residency training, then have stayed on as an attending. From my own personal experience, I can't speak to Dr. Smith or on behalf of other members of the medical staff. Some of my very best and dearest friends are colleagues, absolutely. One of the things I'm most proud of working for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is the caliber of physicians, nurses, consultants, team members that work in our institution. Everyone is committed to taking care of kids, doing it in a high quality, evidence-based and compassionate and family-centered way. We definitely all support each other and are there for each other, but I have never had concerns about boundaries of personal relationships compromising our professional integrity or compromising our ability to remain objective in the face of a challenging case, for example. So I hope that answers your question.
Did you observe Maya being denied religious ceremony?
No, never.
Did you ever hear about Maya requesting religious ceremonies?
No, not to my recollection, no.
Is it within normal expectations that most kids struggle to eat hospital food?
Well, so in theory, hospital food usually is thought to be unpalatable, but I do think that we have, we're a pediatric hospital. We're pretty friendly towards, we've got ice cream and milkshakes and cookies and stuff like that. It's not like, I guess, what you would see on TV where it looks like a TV dinner and it looks like it's this frozen, horrific reheated mess. So absolutely. Are there some kids that don't like our food? Of course, right? I mean, everybody has their own personal preferences. But have I seen kids order SpaghettiOs and Pop-Tarts for breakfast and they're sitting there eating it like it's the best combination, and I'm sitting there nauseous because I don't understand how they could possibly eat that combination of food? That too, right? So it just depends. But, each case is so different and each child is so different. So it's kind of hard to make a global assessment of that.
Did Maya struggle to gain weight and consume desserts?
I don't know about desserts specifically. I remember she was eating a lot of graham crackers from my notes, but I don't know specifically more than that about desserts. There was a history of struggling to gain weight, but she did have improvement in her weight during the hospitalization.
What kind of oversight did a hospitalist have over Kathy Beatty's position, if any at all?
So the social work department has their own reporting structure, and we are not responsible for the oversight of their standards of care, professionalism, conduct, proficiencies, etc., anything like that. They are certainly the social workers are an invaluable part of our teams, but we don't have a direct responsibility to monitor or evaluate or ensure their practice standards, if that makes sense.
As the coordinating hospitalist, did your work require you to interact with Kathy Beatty?
Yes.
Does a child's overall treatment in the hospital have an effect over their recovery and length of treatment in your experiences?
Do you mind repeating the question one more time, please?
Sure. Does a child's overall treatment in the hospital have an effect over their recovery and length of treatment in your experience?
So that's a difficult question to answer because there's so many different diagnoses that I treat as a hospitalist. So I can treat anything from asthma to pneumonia to seizures. I've, on a daily basis, treat kids with multiple chronic medical conditions like cerebral palsy and, dysphagia, to where they have gastrostomy tubes and feeding tubes. So it's really hard for me to think of all of my patients as one to be able to answer that question, because there are some kids that absolutely, without coming into the hospital, would not get better on their own, right? And so I feel like we help them recover more quickly. There are certainly, I'm sure, some cases where there are prolonged hospitalizations that dynamic, being away from families, which of course is stressful and hard, being away from their support networks, that I could definitely foresee where there are situations where maybe that could impact their path to recovery. But overall, of course, and that's our job, is to try to help them. We want them to get better and to get them back home or wherever it is that they came from. Some kids come to us from skilled nursing facilities and we send them back there. But our goal is to get them medically stabilized, make sure that there's no longer need for acute inpatient services before we transition them back to where they are, so that they can continue to thrive and do all the things that we love to see kids doing.
Next question. What floor did you work on take place? And I'm assuming that means when you were with Michael.
So my general areas that I work in the hospital are the 7th and 8th floors. That's where the majority of my patients are. Occasionally I have to go see patients on the 2nd floor, which is like our peri-operative areas. We go down to the EC to consult on patients or to admit patients. I'll go down to the ICUs to transition patients either in or out of the ICU. But my main kind of domain or territory that we typically practice and round on are the 7th and 8th floors.
Who was the Kathy Beatty of those floors?
The social worker that covered the 7th and 8th floors?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know that I'll be able to remember people's names that far back. I believe Yvonne Walton was one of our social workers that I remember interacting with a lot during that time period, but I don't know that I can remember anyone else's name. I'm sorry.
Do these positions normally stick to a patient on multiple floors?
It's possible, so it depends on the patient and the diagnosis. Sometimes, and the staffing models for the social work department have changed over the years when I've been there. Sometimes it's kind of diagnosis specific, where they follow a cohort of patients, right? For example, our neurosurgery patients, regardless of whether they're in the ICU or in the OR or on the floor, that same social worker potentially could follow them. So it is possible that at different times there are different models. Sometimes it's strictly geographic. If you're on this floor, that's who sees you. Sometimes it's population based. So I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was at the specific time that Maya was with us.
When you switch a patient from room to room, do you just move them and there is no explanation or reason given to the patient?
So I would assume that when we are moving them for like a clean and there's a family there and they're asking, that we would certainly have no problem sharing that type of information. As I shared earlier, I think Maya's case, however, is a little bit different, because in her case specifically, alerting her to why we were moving her could have potentially changed her performance to where it would not have helped me with diagnosis.
Do the nurses or staff not use gait belts for fall risk patients?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm not sure. I have seen them used. I don't know what our standard, like if there even is a standard practice or policy on the use of gait belts versus recommendations from our therapists about walkers or other modalities. So I'm not sure if that's a particular standard.
We have heard testimony CRPS is a rare disease. You testified you have treated many patients with CRPS. How many patients had you treated with CRPS prior to treating Maya?
So I believe I answered that previously. I don't know. I've never pulled records to know exactly, but I would guess probably in the 5 to 10 range prior to treating Maya, and many more since then.
We have heard testimony staff at All Children's Hospital had nicknames for the plaintiff. What was your nickname for Maya?
I don't recall ever having a nickname for Maya.
Do you think it's appropriate to call Maya Ketamine Girl?
I certainly, think that that's probably not ideal. However, knowing the physicians that were, caring for her prior, I don't have any questions about their integrity or their ability to provide compassionate care, even if they were choosing to use nicknames to not divulge her protected information when they were messaging. And certainly that's not something that I would anticipate that anyone would use that terminology to the patient or her family.
How often did you communicate with Kathy Beatty about Maya and her needs?
I don't know that I would be able to quantify the exact number of times that I spoke with Miss Beatty, but as the social worker, I do remember her being involved in certain points of time during Maya's care. So I don't, of the maybe total of 14 days that I took care of Maya, I don't know that it was daily, if that's helpful, but certainly several times within a week. It would be important for me, for any patient that's under shelter order and that has been sheltered by the state, for me to keep in contact with my social worker to understand what the most recent, hearings or procedures are happening, because our social workers are our conduits to the child protection team, to the...
Okay, sustained. Let me go to the next question.
Judge is
How involved was risk management in Maya's care and treatment?
So risk management was not involved in making decisions on what treatment or diagnostic testing or diagnosis but they were the only contact that I can recall having with them, specifically when I called them because I wanted to place Maya in the video room, but Dr. Smith also had similar goals, and I wanted to ensure that there was no problem with us having parallel and simultaneous goals at the same time, since she is technically external and was not part of the treatment team.
Did risk management stay up to date with what was happening to Maya?
I'm not sure. That's a great question. I'm not sure how they interact, like if they only just wait for someone to call or if they're monitoring the case. I'm not sure what their practice is. I'm sorry.
Are you aware if upper management was aware of what was happening with Maya in your hospital?
I know that I had contact with what I would perceive to be upper management without a definition on at least one occasion during the 2 weeks that I took care of Maya. I'm unaware beyond that specific contact that I had if they were otherwise involved or aware or following the case.
How long did Maya receive Haldol while at All Children's?
I would have to refer to the medical record for that. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Even though Dr. Sally Smith did not enter orders, she could make suggestions to the team, could she not?
Yes, she could. Ultimately, as the attending provider, it would be that attending provider's decision whether or not that was appropriate and reasonable to perform as part of Maya's evaluation and care.
Sorry. Please finish. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Were you finished?
Yes.
And I apologize if I was too quick there. You testified you did not make mention to the patient or parents that Maya was being moved to a video observation room because in initial hospital sign-up papers it is already agreed to that the hospital can do as part of the hospital's treatment. Is that correct?
Correct. And also, in addition, because the purpose was for me diagnostically to be able to evaluate her function, if I told her that we were specifically moving her to that room to monitor her, if there was any element of conscious control of what she was doing or not doing, then I was very concerned that it would be counterproductive and that she would therefore be able to be aware that she was being monitored constantly, and therefore it would not be a true reflection of her function and more of her conscious effort.
When you move a patient from a room, let's say to the x-ray room, do you let them know, or because they are already agreed to treatment, you wheel them around without explanation?
No, I mean, again, we want our patients to be aware of what's happening and where they're going. It's not meant to be, in pediatrics, we are always hyper aware that not only are the patients, children, anxious about what's happening and what could be happening, even if we come to do a procedure in their room and not wheel them anywhere, we always want to be very mindful of their level of anxiety so that they're aware of what we're doing. However, in this particular case, it was different strictly with the EEG monitoring, because if we had alerted her, it could have altered and impacted the results of my investigation.
At the time you encountered Maya, how many years had you been a doctor?
Investigation.
So I graduated from medical school in 2008, and then I took care of Maya in 2016. So for 8 years.
In your time as a doctor up to the time you encountered Maya, how many patients had you examined and given the diagnosis of CRPS?
I don't have enough recollection of the previous cases specifically prior to Maya in terms of was I the one to deliver the diagnosis of CRPS. Typically when we're evaluating patients with suspected CRPS, we have a multidisciplinary team, right, where we may have specialists involved, whether it's neurology, physiatry, rheumatology.
No, you can finish the answer.
So, and maybe I'm being too literal with the question, but I don't remember, I can't tell you a number of the patients that I was involved in making the diagnosis or treating patients that already had CRPS, if I was the one that like delivered or made the diagnosis, so to speak. So it's, I guess the short way to answer that question is I'm not sure how many I have personally been the one to diagnose.
Please clarify requesting Maya be transferred to the, quote, seizure monitoring room, end quote. That was not because Maya was having seizures.
Correct. So the video-equipped rooms are in our seizure monitoring unit. So it's a virtual, I guess it's kind of like a virtual unit where it's on 7 North. 7 North has, maybe 28 beds, and I believe it's rooms 701 through 709, 710, something like that are outfitted with the cameras for remote video monitoring. And so that's called our seizure monitoring unit. Those are the only rooms that I'm always aware of in the hospital that have any type of remote video capability. So the order in the system, when we're trying to designate that we needed to move her into one of those rooms, there are certain options, and that's just the option that we would use to designate that we needed her in one of those rooms. But you're right, it was not for concern for seizures per se.
Sally Smith texts you with what you say is just a suggestion about taking Maya off of meds. You also stated Dr. Smith is not part of the, quote, treatment team, end quote. Then the jury is shown a text, I believe from you to Dr. Smith, responding something similar to you are or have you, responding by virtue makes Dr. Smith a team player. So is she or is she not part of the team, the treatment team of Maya?
I think the best way to describe Dr. Smith's role is that she is an external consultant. She is an expert in child abuse, neglect, abandonment. And in this case, we were concerned and suspicious for medical child abuse. So as the lone and only child abuse specialist in Pinellas County, she was a consultant that was part of the legal process, so to speak, that was involved when you have a patient where you're suspected that they are a victim of physical abuse, medical child abuse, sexual abuse, etc.
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and finish your answer?
Okay, so
I'm assuming it's pretty close to being finished.
Yes, so she was not part of our internal treatment team. She's an external consultant. That's the short answer.
Mr. Shapiro.
One question. The role of Dr. Sally Smith in this case was as director of Pinellas County Child Protective Services?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And
I'll be quick. I think the jury will start throwing things at me. You talked about internal providers. Sally Smith had access to Maya's medical record, right?
Yes, my understanding is she did.
She has staff privileges, right?
She has staff privileges in 2 different capacities, so in which capacity are you asking?
As a physician. Staff privileges as an active staff member at Johns Hopkins Hospital.
In addition to her role as CPT, she is a local community pediatrician that has admitting privileges to see her own patients. I don't know the difference between her access in her role as CPT and medical director for the child protection team versus her ability to access the chart as a physician with admitting privileges, because her practice admitted their own patients, just general pediatric patients, not involved in the legal process.
She was on executive committees at the hospital, right?
I don't know her committee involvement, I'm sorry.
She was the residency rotation director at the hospital, right?
I am unaware of Dr. Smith being a residency rotation director.
Would you agree with me that hospitalists, of the physicians involved in a care team, have the most hands-on contact with the patient?
Not necessarily.
In Maya's case, would you agree with me that the hospitalists are the most constant presence of any physicians?
During the time she was on the floor, yes.
And you testified that we, and I think you said we, you mean the hospitalists, were not supervising the social workers, right?
Our responsibility is not to supervise these social workers, like performance, training, things like that.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, and members of the jury, okay.
We may have another question here. The jury is supposed to be breaking. They're supposed to be out the door already 8 minutes ago. We are less than an hour away from Dr. G coming on here talking about Sally Smith and Kathy Beatty. So it's going to be a very short break before we do that one. But wait, there's more. People are still writing. The judge says, Mr. Whitney, we might not be able to hear these. Depends how they handle these. If the jury leaves and the doctor leaves the room, I'll be able to bring you the questions. If they turn on the white noise machine, that's a bad sign for us. Dr. G is in 50 minutes. 52 minutes.
Mr. Whitney.
It's the white noise machine. Bummer, guys. Okay, so they're gonna handle just these couple questions or a couple sheets of questions. So seriously, can we send Jack a bottle? No, we can't do that. No gifts will be sent. The jury is doing
members of the jury, unfortunately, that's not a question I'm going to be able to ask this witness.
I would have loved to have heard it.
I'm assuming that all questions that are able to be asked are now complete. Is that correct? Okay. Members of the jury, have them back at 9 o'clock tomorrow, ready to go. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Have a good evening.
You too. All rise. Jurors exit.
These jurors actually love their job. They've been here for over a month, and they're like, sure, we're so excited to come back tomorrow. So the jurors are leaving. The witness is going to be dismissed. I'm not sure if she's going to be released completely or not.
May Dr. Dees be excused? Does she need to remain under subpoena?
No, Your Honor. No.
Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Altenburn, Mr. Elegant, let me be with you in just a moment. Is there anything from the trial attorneys that we've got to address?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
I don't believe so, as long as Mr. Elegant, did we pass along the comment concerns about the...
I haven't talked to her about it. I don't have a chance.
Okay.
She should probably stick around.
Yeah, and that's just for the appellate comments.
Okay, and on the defense, was there anything?
No, Your Honor. We're curious of the shot clock, but...
I'm doing it right this second.
Okay, shot clock. Let's get our notes out here.
20.
Okay.
This is bad. If it's over an hour for the plaintiff, it's very, very bad.
22. and 70.
30 and 70. That's not good. I don't think that can't be the... That can't be for the plaintiff's side. This is crucial. This information is really going to impact how they handle everything that happens tomorrow.
Yeah. Plaintiffs consumed 1 hour 40 minutes.
Oh man.
They are at 52 hours 40 minutes. The defense consumed 3 hours 45 minutes. They are at 30 hours 30 minutes. Okay, I'm going to ask the attorneys to be back here tomorrow at 8:30.
That's fine,
And just for planning purposes on Thursday, we're going to start at 8:45, and I'll ask the jury to be here at 9:15 on Thursday. So we'll start 15 minutes later on Thursday, but tomorrow 8:30. Okay. Let's move to Mr. Elegant and Mr. Altenburn. I have received the comments from Mr. Elegant and Mr. Altenburn. I don't know if you want to go through each one or just kind of
I'm not sure how much you've had a chance to look or think about it.
I've got my comments
for you to tell us and we answer your questions. I know you're beyond the time you wanted to leave.
So January 13th is the day I just...
That's the day the order was entered. And I don't honestly know that that's the day she... Yeah, okay. Yeah.
January 13th.
Excuse me. It's January 13th.
I beg your pardon. I got the wrong order. Sure.
Yeah.
On page 2, the sentence under the orders I described in this instruction, Beata Kowalski was totally prohibited from visiting Maya Kowalski in the hospital. I don't see why we need that because the order describes that.
I know, but what you said was that we're not responsible for the length of her stay or the matters for which the was kept in the hospital under the order or the length of her stay. You didn't say we weren't responsible for the fact that mom couldn't come and visit.
I'm talking about the prior sentence. Oh. The one that was added under the orders I described in this instruction, Beata Kowalski was totally prohibited from visiting Maya in the hospital.
Because that's not said below, and I mean, there's been lots and lots of things about her not being able to visit and the stress that places on the child, and I want it to be clear that we're not responsible for that, as well as the length of the stay.
Well,
and these orders.
That sentence, I think that's duplicative, so we need to remove that sentence. Now, the balance of that paragraph and the addition in the fact that Beata Kowalski could not visit Maya Kowalski, I'm okay with that, but add the words at the hospital.
And the fact that Maya Kowalski could not visit at the hospital.
At the hospital.
Okay.
And then the last sentence there is the hospital is responsible under any of the claims presented to you. I think we just say period and then strike out as the jury.
Okay. Okay.
I'm trying to follow. Where are you? I'm sorry.
Page 2.
And the sentence begins?
Well, it's the last clause of the top paragraph.
Nick, do you want to come up here?
You can look at with me. I don't mind.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Maybe it's changed.
Just to expedite, you want to look at this?
It's just under the claims being presented to you.
Okay, that's something incorrect. So,
yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
The next issue on the paragraph below, the one that was added, the sentence that says, if disagreements concerning her care and treatment arose, I don't see why we need that sentence.
Well, to the extent that if those disagreements arose with the hospital, and they were matters that the department wanted one thing and the parents wanted another thing, we couldn't resolve it. The court had to resolve it. And frankly, a lot of what was going on with ketamine and things like that and transfer were being done by the court because that wasn't something we could say, okay, parents, we agree with you, let's go because of the shelter order. That's why I want that there.
I'll defer to Mr. Elliott, but I have a comment.
Mr. Elliott?
Yeah, we agree with what you said initially, Judge. We don't think it's needed. I mean, that's not.
Mr. Elliott's on Zoom.
I thought we were talking about visitation and such here. This is going to treatment.
Yeah, the visitation, I think, is the page 4 or 5.
Right. You had wanted something about the parents' rights and as parents, and that was why I was putting this in here.
Right, and I like the first 2 sentences of that paragraph. So I just don't see why we need that last sentence.
Okay.
Participate in decisions.
Judge, I'm not sure exactly where we are because I'm not looking on. But on page 2, paragraph 6, I have a note: family therapy was authorized.
Let me see if I can quickly find.
I have not been impressed with Mr. Elliott.
Yeah. Here, let's do it this way.
I'm hoping I see his moment to shine soon. But he is the appellate attorney, and he also handles the jury instructions.
Actually, no, what I have to do, I have to share my screen and then put the shared screen over so Mr. Elliott can see it. So that's how I have to do it.
Mr. Elliott is a plaintiff attorney. He's not been present, I think, at all during the trial. He's always been on Zoom, I think. There might be one day when he was there. Debbie, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here as a new member. Thank you so much.
Move this. Can you see that, Mr. Elliott?
Yes.
I gotta make it smaller. Okay, we are talking about this sentence right here, if disagreements concerning her care and treatment. That's the sentence I'm talking about.
Right, and that's the one I objected to.
While you were working on technology, my partner suggests to me that it could be shortened to, and I'll let you use the exact language you just said to me. Any disagreements would be resolved by the court.
Right.
Because they can participate in it, but they don't actually get to control it. That's what so if my sentence is too long, the fact that the disagreements could be resolved by the court could.
They had medical decision-making power this entire time. They didn't have to go to the court they could talk to physicians.
Well, there's a difference between talking to physicians and making the final decision.
Right, but disagreements regarding her care and treatment, those were not exclusive to the defense court. They could be worked out at the hospital between the parents, the family.
In the participation, if they were worked out, but if they weren't worked out, like the ketamine and things like that, they had to go to the court. The transfer had to go to the court. Things like that. That's all.
Mr. Elliott, what about Ms. Crowell's truncated statement?
I'm still not seeing why that's necessary.
Because otherwise, Judge makes it sound like the parents could say what had to happen.
Okay, I will go with Ms. Crowell's truncated statement there if I ultimately need to take it out.
Okay.
But let's put it in, keep it in, or actually let's amend it based on what Ms. Crowell said.
Okay. You want to write that real quick?
I think we now need to go to page 5. Sorry for everybody. I'm going to go quickly to page 5. I don't mean to make you sick as I scroll.
And this
comment isn't showing here, but
okay. And I'll tell you what.
Well, I mean, it's not showing on Zoom, but this is the location of the comment.
What you did, and I understand why you did it. The order had a conflict in it between supervised and unsupervised, and it was clear the judge intended unsupervised, and so you cleaned that up. The order itself was never changed, and the only thing I'm concerned about, Ms. Beatty's not been on yet, but I know that there was some testimony that I've heard from depositions or whatnot about the process of how they noticed this and contacted it to clean it up. And I don't know whether the trial lawyers want to be able to explain that or not.
But is the issue with Kyle and Dad, or is the issue with Beata because it's different for Beata?
No, with Kyle and Dad, it said unsupervised, and then the next sentence said supervised, and the testimony, if that testimony we get into with Ms. Beatty, is she said, I need to please clear this up, I'm confused by this, and there was a gap in time where it was not clear, and I don't know where they're going with that. That's
but I'm saying it would only be for Kyle and Mr. Kowalski as opposed to Beata.
Correct.
Because there's a different rule for Beata.
Yes.
Correct.
And so is there really an issue we have to address with Kyle and Mr. Kowalski? Because if there's not, then...
I think they're going to try to attack Ms. Beatty about that. If they're not, then I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to have this become a problem. I'm fine with this language as long as it doesn't become a problem.
Right. If they're not going to try to attack Ms. Beatty on her interpretation of that until she got clarification, then I agree.
Well, let me just throw this out as a possible solution. One, we don't deal with it in what's going to be read immediately.
Okay.
That if it becomes an issue, then in the final version, or when I say the final version, in the version that is a part of the jury instructions, we can add language if necessary.
Or maybe even if it came up, you could explain that because you've seen the order, but one way or the other. Solving it on the fly seems like better than trying to rework this order, especially when it's getting late for you. So I'm fine with that. The last thing that
it just seems to me, reading context, it was unsupervised, and I think the context.
No, I think we all agree with that. Yes.
I don't disagree, Judge. I think we'll have to deal with it depending on where they go when this PD's on his tail.
And then there's a final sentence that I'm not sure, like them, I'm not sure it's necessary, but if it is, the part about against recommendation of Johns Hopkins is on page 10 at the very end.
Let me get. Here is what I think we need to do.
Yeah.
We need to have another heading.
Okay.
And I just wrote down order discharging Maya Kowalski.
Okay.
Because I don't want this sentence that is below it to look like it was part of the prior.
I can do that.
Now.
Okay, this is taking forever.
And
I'm not going to get a break.
Here is my thought. If we said, go with the first sentence. Wait a second.
All I'm objecting to is noting it was against the recommendation of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. That's just getting in, again, to the testimony and the things that went on at the hearing.
Well, that was going to say, why don't we put a period where that comma is and then strike starting with noting through the balance of the sentence.
And that's the rest of that's totally fine with us.
I think Catherine Beatty testified on the 13th.
Elegant, looks like I'm stripping out a piece of your sentence.
I understand, Judge.
Anything on that?
Well, sort of the overall thing that the hospital's getting a pass on a lot of things it did and said.
Now, what is, I want to put a period where the comma is and then strike the balance.
Yep.
I think of that sentence, and I understood.
Right, just that sentence.
Then say, at that time, the visitation orders ceased.
But I do want to include a
heading.
Heading.
Right. Yes. January 13, 2017 order or whatever. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I had said 5 orders affecting, so this would be number 6. But
I have a comment, not having been as involved as the others here. If now's the time.
Well. Speak now, forever hold your peace.
All right. In the November 14th order.
Get a page on this thing, Liz?
Yeah.
What we're calling the November 10th order.
Okay.
Okay. It's a trial exhibit. I don't know how to reference it to you. It's trial exhibit 2093002. Anyhow, second page of the order says that number 6, upon the invitation of the child's treating mental health professionals, the parents and Kyle are authorized to attend therapy and counseling sessions with Maya. So our issue is, and I haven't reviewed this in detail, but as I saw it in the version I had, that there was a total prohibition on Beata Kowalski being at that hospital. But this says, if they had invited her, she was authorized to attend.
Okay, so what are you trying to get me to do?
I'm trying to get you to clarify under the November 10th order that Beata Kowalski did have a right to attend therapy and counseling sessions with Maya upon the invitation of Johns Hopkins.
And this is the family therapy that the doctor yesterday said that she wasn't able to do, right?
She's not a family therapist.
The notion that the judge in the dependency order intended to vacate his overall order by putting in that language just seems like a stretch to me.
We go to the specific, not the general.
Well, this is what I would suggest. I'm going to not put it in for now. When we get to the final instructing of the jury, if we need to add language then we can.
If there was testimony that their lawyers contacted us and said that this overrode the other order, I'd be more impressed, but I don't think there is.
So we have to have lawyers contacting each other to say anything in these orders?
This is, I think, what I think we need to do at this stage, because ultimately if that becomes an issue, then we'll have to craft a specific instruction on it. And this doesn't preclude that.
All right, we believe it. Thank you. We believe it's an issue. We understand. We'll come back to it.
Final
Mr.
question.
Elliott, I'm sure, has heard and then can work with your team on
I've got half an hour.
An appropriate future instruction. So,
final quick question is, do we let the jury have a hard copy while he's reading all this to them?
We haven't done that previously.
I'm just asking you whether you want to do it with this.
I've been thinking about that. If we're going to possibly alter and add,
you don't want to do that.
Probably best to let me just read it with a statement that in the instruction packet at the end, you will have this in there. And so they will know that they will have what I'm going to read them. Now, am I reading this tomorrow?
I would like to have you read it tomorrow because Miss Beatty is going to be on tomorrow.
No, she's not coming until Monday.
All right.
Beatty on
I still
Monday.
think-
That's a nice little bit too.
I think we need to just take a moment though to reflect on it, if that's okay, and then
that's.
I'm okay with not reading more.
Okay.
You're going to have. There isn't anybody coming up tomorrow that would demand that this be read to. You've got Dr. Smith will be here on Thursday, so you may want to do it by then. But I think tomorrow is probably a safe day of reflection.
Okay.
Beatty's coming live.
Anything else about this order before I take it down?
What does
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
What did I miss? Someone's saying I know what to do. Or he needs dinner. Or he needs like a 2-minute break. I get 2 breaks a day, and this is the one. This is one of them.
I'm still sharing my screen. How do
I am setting up for Dr. G in 30. I've got actually that one ready to go. It's open already. And we also have a redirect set up on this. So if you stay with me, you'll just get ported over to the placeholder for the next video with Dr. G. But I did hope that I had enough time to swap some equipment around so I could play
if we're
some
almost
videos.
done, maybe when it ends, it'll stop.
Yeah, it's not even giving me the option to stop it at this point.
I think. when you terminate-
Sorry. It was on my other screen. There we go. Anything else we need to address this afternoon?
No.
Okay, 8:30 tomorrow. See you then. We're in recess.
Okay. There we go. All right. We have very, very, very little time, so I'm not going to be able to summarize what happened. We have Dr. G coming on. He's coming on this channel. We've actually got the placeholder already set up. If you don't go anywhere, I think it will just prompt you and move you over to the next stream. I've got half an hour. I've got a few things I have to set up so that I can play the Sally Smith and Kathy Beatty depots while Dr. G is on. And that's the goal, so we can watch it sort of together. I have it set up so I can do it slow motion if everything works properly. I've got my fingers crossed so we can actually pause and see something. I'm super excited. Thank you so much for being here. I love that you're all here. I love watching true crime with you guys. This is the best community on the internet to watch true crime with, and it's because of you. It would not be the same without you. Thank you for all those who have come over from many, many different friends' channels, whether it was from Rob from Law and Lumber, from Attorney Little. She does a great job. Melody does a great job there as well. From all of you who have been here, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We will continue the trial tomorrow. That's going to start at 8:30 in the morning. So we'll be starting at 8:15. But we're going to... Tonight we have a live with Dr. G, who's a clinical and forensic psychologist, who's going to be giving us some of his takes on what's happening with those depositions and what he sees, what's happening there. So that is going to be awesome, and I'm just super stressed now. So we've got like no time to get ready for this, but this is going to be great. Dr. G is fantastic, and he's confirmed that he's going to be there. He's not waiting yet, but he'll be here shortly, I'm sure. So. All right, it's been a great day. More spiciness to come. Dr. G, oh man, Kate, you need to join us. You need to join us. You're going to love Dr. G. You're going to love Dr. G. But we're going to redirect to that right now. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to cut the music short because I need every second I can get. So tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe to go live again, which is like, it's in 28 minutes. It starts in 28 minutes, guys. We'll see you over there. Thank you. Have a good evening.